that your moral compass is screwed on properly. In Nigeria, we are currently in a battle of light versus darkness. It's gone beyond politics. In a nation where a governor will get up and say, I will never be a minister. In a nation where politicians lie, we have a man who tells you, I will be with you a month or two from now. And that is what we are currently doing. It feels refreshing to have a Nigerian politician that you can beat your chest and take his words to the bank and they will be worth cash. PeterObi is the future of this country. He might not be our best politician. I keep telling you people, he's not perfect. He might not be our best politician. He might not be the most eloquent. He might not be the sexiest. He might not have beer. He might not be light-skinned. He might not have six-pack. But at least he is a stepping stone to a greater Nigeria. I appreciate you, sir. Thank you very much for making us believe in Nigeria again. Thank you for being a man who keeps his word. And thank you for being here. It's going to be a fabulous day. Please, one more time, remember, don't waste your time here requesting. You are more powerful commenting in the comment box. We are going to be reading and compiling a lot of those questions. So if you don't get the opportunity to speak, trust me when I tell you your thoughts and opinions still matter for this show today. God bless you all. God bless Nigeria. I love you all. Let's have an interesting show. And please retweet this show. The last time PeterObi was here, I think we were the 7th greatest Twitter space in the world. And I think today, Elon Musk suppose no say he get waiting they happen for Nigeria. I love you all. Let's have an interesting show. And
all right, thank you very much, NC. Please, Barry, please sort your audio out, please. Thank you very much. All right, guys. Let's move on right now. I think let me see how many retweets. If not, I will just okay. I've done halfway gone. We have over 17,000 of you. Those of you just joining us right now, please retweet the space, share the space. Let people know that our excellency is up on the platform. Mr. PeterObi is here, and I will do him the honors. I don't keep to my own words. I don't keep to my own words. But if I keep to my words, I will not start this space till I get 5,000 retweets. So I'm not going to keep to my words. I'm just going to start the space right now. Mr. PeterObi, good evening, sir. Your Excellency, it is a pleasure to have you on the platform today. Thank you very much for keeping to your words. Thank you so much. Before I bring you in, sir, let me allow Ibrahim and Otumba do some favor to us. Brief introductions, please. Ibrahim, you have the space, please. Good evening.
Thank you very much. I'm happy to be here. I'm speaking from Kaduna. I'm born in Sokoto, a Muslim. Just to make people that are listening to us to understand why we are here. We are not here based on tribe. We are not here based on anything. And I've been telling a lot of people, it's when you go close to Mr. PeterObi, you understand the kind of person he is and what he's bringing to this country. And a lot of people have been brainwashed, more especially up here in the north. They try to portray him who he is not, and they try to. But it's our own duty. At least they can see. Some of them are here. Some are for having a news outlet, and I hope they will do justice to us, at least to report what they are hearing from the man himself, and also to make people, more especially in the north here, to understand it's not about anything. It's for us to create Nigeria that work for everyone, not just work for the few. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Ibrahim. Thank you very much, my brother. An amazing person you are. Thank you for the work you do also. Thank you. All right, let me circle now to your Otumba. Then we will start the space appropriately. These are the 5 hosts for today. Yes, Otumba, if you're not busy, you have the space right now. Good evening.
My brother, good evening. I cannot be busy. Good evening, good afternoon to everyone from my side. I'm popularly called Otumba, indigenous of Osun State, born and raised in Lagos, so representing the Southwest region. Currently residing in Houston, Texas. I'm so excited. It's a privilege and honor. I think I remember meeting you in Houston during the campaign period. You made me really believe in Nigeria, and I'm forever grateful for that. So I look forward to hearing your insights on, especially economics and security. So glad to have you here. Thank you. Back to you, Sudan.
All right, thank you very much, Otumba. Thank you very much. I think these are my 5 five co-hosts for today. I think I should allow all my moderating speakers have a minute to just do a brief introduction of themselves, and we'll circle to you, Mr. PeterObi. Let's take our ladies first now. Mombolale, good evening. How are you doing today?
Good evening, Saddam. I'm doing very well, thank you. Your Excellency, welcome to the space. My name is Bolanle Emia Bata of the Anibaba family of Lagos State. I'm so honored to be here with you today. I yield.
All right, thank you very much, Mombolale. Thank you very much. All right, let's circle back to you right now. My warrior himself, Jimmy, how are you doing today? Good evening.
I'm fine, Saddam. Once again, good day to you, everyone. Your Excellency, you're welcome to the space. My name is Jimmy. Yoruba from Ibadan, and I'm currently based in Chicago, Illinois, right now. Nice to have you in the space. The last experience was splendid, and I'm definitely certain today is going to be excellent as well. Thank you so much for having us. Thank you. Are you back to you, Saddam?
Thank you very much, my brother Jimmy. Thank you. Okay, let me circle to you right now, Mrs. Mary White. Good evening. You have the space.
Hi, my name is Mary White. I'm really excited to have you on the space today. I can't really wait to hear your voice. Thanks.
All right, thank you very much. That was brief. Let's go right now to well-meaning Nigeria. As the name sounds, well-meaning Nigeria. You have the space, my brother. Good evening.
All right. Yeah. Thank you, Saddam. Good evening, sir. Good evening, Your Excellency. I'm popularly known around here as well, meaning Nigeria. I think some people now call me Osaiti Obemudia for some reason. I'm from Edo State, popularly known as the headquarters of the obedient movement, like they call it. So thank you for coming. Thank you for keeping to your promise. I believe we'll have a very great space. Thank you very much, Saddam.
Thank you very much, my brother. Thank you. Okay, let me end this part of the space by introducing my sister, Miss Barriat. You have the space. Good evening.
Good evening, Saddam. Good evening, Mr. PeterObi. Thank you for being with us. My name is Maureen Bariat Kabruk. I am a daughter of Southern Kaduna, and I am a proud Nigerian, and I am proud to have you here speak to us. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much, Nigeria. This is Nigeria on the platform right now, sir. We have everyone across the country up here, trying to have a good time and listen to you speak. We're about to get the space started right now. Thank you, every one of you that are already using the space, sharing the space. We have 18K of us on the platform. We can do better. Let's get our numbers up, my people. Let's get our numbers up, because as I'm speaking right now, I am going to yield the mic right now to Mr. PeterObi himself. Good evening, sir. Please, if you can reintroduce yourself.
The conqueror, the champion, the lion is here.
Thank you very much, Jimmy. That is what we know you for. Mr. PeterObi, you have the space. Good evening, sir. Welcome.
Well, good evening. I hope you can hear me very well.
Loud and clear, sir. Go on.
Good evening, Saddam, my brother David, M6, Ibrahim. I have a lot of brothers there. Ibrahim Otumba, all of you, Bolanle, Jimmy, Mary White, well-meaning Nigeria brand. Let me say I'm sincerely grateful to be part of this again. As I said before, this will be every other month. When I was campaigning, I maintained that if I'm elected, I'll speak to Nigerians at least every month, where I will spend 2 to 3 hours to take questions, to be able to explain to Nigerians what we are doing, and make our time to listen to different segments by touring all over Nigeria to listen to them, because for me, governance is demand-driven. The people must say what they want. You must listen to them. So I'm sincerely grateful to be part of this, and I assure you, I will try to learn more from you than telling you more. It is about a learning process. The job of a leader is to learn. And then use what is learned to serve the people faithfully. I will explain one or two things and I'll listen to you. So thank you.
Thank you very much, sir. Thank you. It's a pleasure having you on the platform. As you're learning from us, we are also learning from you, and we're tapping from your wisdom also and your humility. You're an amazing person. God bless you for all you do for the country and the sacrifices you've brought yourself out in a time like this. To get the whole space started, I want to set the ball rolling and get the conversation started. I would love to personally ask you a question before I pass the mic on to my brothers to start this question and answer session with you. So Nigerians, please, if you have questions for Mr. PeterObi, please, it is important you put your questions in writing in the comment section using the hashtag PeterObi on Parallel Facts. This space is brought to you by Parallel Facts Media. Please, it is important you put your questions using the hashtag PeterObi on Parallel Facts. So I want to ask you a question. Let's get this started. Thank you one more time for keeping to your words, because it is a word, it is an unknown thing for Nigerian politicians. But let's start this way. We have seen in this current, albeit temporal administration, the increase in hardship in the lives of Nigerians due to the immediate implemented policies of the current administration. Sir, they have come out to tell Nigerians that these are baby steps and much needed sacrifices that we, the people, have to pass through. But you see, we have not seen these men take any steps themselves. You know, the political class, they have not cut down their excessive spending and their luxurious lifestyle. We saw the Senate president, you know, drive and he made a mini video, some short video clip for Nigeria showing himself driving executive cars, you know, coming out from his stepping into his office. We saw the Senate also recently pass a 800 million loan and a 500 billion naira fuel subsidy palliative. They shared that money, 70 billion to 500 of them. They gave 35 billion to the judiciary, and they said 8,000 naira should go to 12 million Nigerian families. There was a backlash by Nigerians, and they had a backtrack on their decision. I don't know what they're doing with the money right now. But my question to you is this: they have told Nigerians to sacrifice, and Nigerians are sacrificing. You can see the hardship. You can see Nigerians trekking across the country. You can see, evidently, we online, we see the hardship. We see what Nigerians are passing through. I want you to tell Nigerians what you would have done differently if you had the opportunity of having 500 billion naira and 800 million loan from the World Bank. Thank you, sir.
Well, thank you for your comments. I won't say all the question is a comment and what I would have done differently and everything. If you go back to my tweets of 19th of September 2022, I did mention the problems of the country and the way to approach it. In the country called Nigeria, we have a few problems which has to be religiously and simultaneously followed simultaneously. When I mean simultaneously, none will be left to the other and everything. The number one problem we have here is corruption. I keep repeating it. Corruption kills three things that makes a country. It kills entrepreneurship. Nobody's enterprising in a corrupt country. Thereby, there's no creativity, no introduction of any new thing, no corruption kills professionalism, kills hard work. Because what it does is that it allows people to have wealth without enterprise. And when you have wealth without enterprise, you kill the entire system. So that's number one problem. And number two problem is cost of governance. A cost of governance is criminal and totally unaccepted. Number three, is what I said about subsidy is a criminal setup. And of course, number 4, you have issue of foreign exchange, the value of naira, which again can be done with productivity. These are economic things, economic issues. In economic issues, you think every one and each of them through before you start any form of policy formulation and implementation. And if you follow these 4 things that I said simultaneously, you can start solving the problem. And it is not that Nigerians are not going to go through hardship. They're going to go through hardship and difficulties, but it won't be as it is today. What we have today is a question of what I said. We are still trapped in the process and thinking of yesterday. And if you're trapped in that process, you will not meet tomorrow. For example, number 1 issue is corruption. If the key people, all of us politicians, decide we'll end it, starting from the number 1 person. If you're not involved, those around you are not involved, you reduce it by 50%. And I'm not talking about chasing people who have stolen in the past. I'm talking that will be dealt with in separate note. But saying that forthwith from today, nobody will continue on that path. We will ensure that all the revenues of this country are accounted, they're transparently held, and would judiciously utilized. Number 2 is to deal with the issue of cost of governance. I was just talking with somebody yesterday who was able to convince me, because they had an argument. What I mean, when I finish, you know what I convinced me. But they had an argument which some people supported at an airport while we were waiting for flight at Asaba Airport. Was able to tell me how it is not huge a cost for states to own plane, states, governors to fly private jets, people in government to do the same and everything. And when he finished, I asked him a simple question. What is the GDP of Nigeria? And he said it's about 400, $500 billion. I said, what is per capita of Nigeria? Per capita of Nigeria. It is important that we know this. He said the same thing. I said per capita is about 2,000. I said, fine. So you have a GDP of 400 billion. That is your entire country. And a component of that country, some people are qualified to fly private jet and do this. I said, okay, we have borrowed this democracy from United States of America. So it's good to go back there and see how it works, just to learn a little bit. I said, are you aware that there's a state in America called California? He said, yes. I said, that state in America is about 3.6 trillion GDP. So if you're 400 and your size. He was looking at me and said, they are 3 times your size. He said, well, we're not talking about America. He said, no, they are 9 times your size. And that's, they have a per capita that is about, call it 30 times minimum. I know per capita in America, of California, is about $60,000-$70,000. So I said they have about 30 times your per capita. And I can tell that if governor of California decides to go to Washington and he charter and he goes into goes with a private jet, he will not land in Washington before he or she is removed from office. He does not have a lodge in Washington. He stays in a hotel. And he cannot stay in a hotel where he will pay $2,000 a night. He will not wake up in the morning before they remove him. That man or woman will not be seen in streets of LA with 10 vehicle convoy. He will go the next day. So that's the things you see. So these are things you deal with. Then subsidy. Subsidy is a criminal setup. And I thank Governor Issa Yaguna, who came out recently to say that somebody, a friend of his, came to him and said he's tired of making money from this. But that people, you know what it means for somebody to say, I don't want to continue this style of making money. That this subsidy is a crime. And we must stop this crime. I think if I was in government, I would have invited Issa, my brother, and kneel down and beg him to introduce this fellow to me. Because I need him as a friend. I haven't repented to help me in dealing with this. It is this criminal component of it. If you look at my tweet, first I was able to show that the quantity they say we consume is twice what we are supposed to consume. And I gave it stats, compared it with a country, Pakistan. Similar population have more road network than we have. I don't know whether they have more car or not, but they use half or less of what we consume. So that's where you will start. That's why if you look at my tweet, I said I will reduce 50% of what we already pay for subsidy. Having reduced that, you try to remove the criminal component of it. By the time we finish with all this, you will see in a clear, verifiable figures what is the actual subsidy we're paying, which at this time, having removed the corruption, having removed the criminality, will be far less than what we were paying. You now say, I'm going to take away component of this. In the meantime, said I'm going to remove it. I'm going to take away component of this in the meantime. So this fuel is now say 190. we're not going to have it at 350 or thereabout or 400, as the case may be. And this again, further, this is what we are going to save. This is a new thing you're trying to do. You must be transparent, open. People must see it. They must feel it. We are going to save this. And whatever we save, we are going to apply it in critical areas of development. And these are as follows: education, health, pulling people out of poverty, resuscitating our infrastructure. And we're going to have it for this period. So we have moved from where we are to this new place. It's going to be difficult, but remember that we all say we are going to sacrifice. Because you have now tamed corruption, because you have now removed the wastages in governance and people are seeing it, and you are now coming into trying to manage this subsidy situation, there's more beautiful facts. So, like we said in the first 1 month, we've saved 400 billion. What did we do with it? Where did we take it to? Are we going to say, okay, we have issues where universities were closed for nearly 8 months because they say we are owing them 1.1 billion or 1.1 billion. Okay, in 2 months from our savings, I'm going to clear that.
All right,
Are
so
we going to say,
I would like to make it in a way that you don't touch on education, because we have people that have questions for your education.
no,
If you have questions,
I'm not touching education. I'm just giving you an example. I'm not going to say where you're going to play, because you must tell us what we saved, what is going to go. Are we going to say the most important where we get this money we share is a place like Niger Delta? They have one critical road, East-West Road. The last time I checked, we need about 300 to 400 billion to complete it. This is our saving. We are throwing it into East-West Road, so these people can see. These are things we need to do. These are the different things we need to do. Saddam governed the state. It was difficult. But what I told the people is that this must be demand driven. Whatever you think Peter is not doing, or where he's saving the money or taking money, it must be applied to where you see it visibly. And the moment the people started seeing it, even politicians on the other side started working with me. So, thank you.
all right,
That's my initial introduction.
thank you very much, sir. Thank you very much, sir. All right, let's move on real quick. I think David fell off. David, if you're on the space, I don't know if you can. I can't see you. I think I saw you and you disappeared. I'll come to N6 right now. N6, you have the space. You can go.
All right, sir. Good evening, Your Excellency. You're one of the few Nigerian politicians who answers Your Excellency, and in all your doings, you have remained excellent. My question has to do with education. With all the problems Nigerians are going through, about a week ago, we saw an increase in school fees nationwide at all tiers. Increase in Unilag school fees, increase in school fees for unity schools, secondary schools. As a governor, one of the biggest milestones was in education. It's one of the proudest legacies you left behind as well. How would you have handled the Nigerian educational system, this rise in school fees prices, and just maybe your Anambra model on a national scale. How would you have handled education in Nigeria with regards to the quality of education and the cost of education? If you can answer this in 5 minutes, I won't mind.
Okay, very quickly, my brother, as a country, we have universal basic education. That means primary up to year 9 is free. The basic education. I've always argued that it should be primary and secondary school. For me, that's what it should be. Should be free. As you know, the most important yardstick, tool, critical, whatever I call it, measure of development today is education. The more educated you are, the more developed you are. The only difference between developing, and underdeveloped countries is education. That is the measure. Because people look at your human capital, which today you could see we're in the lower, we're one of the worst. People look at it, you're doing in education, funding, everything. So for me, when I mention issue of savings from subsidy, after you've done the right things to make sure that it's not where we are today, your investment should be in that critical area of development, especially in the north. But it's all over Nigeria. You need to invest aggressively in education, in health, and in pulling people out of poverty. We started with education. So for me, the basic education, which is primary and secondary school education, will be free. I will work with the states to fund it aggressively. We did it as governors. And what we did is to say, it doesn't matter to me whether it's private, secondary, sorry, private, public, owned by agencies and everything, we're going to support it aggressively. And that is what we need to take back. Encourage those in private, encourage them, just do whatever everybody is doing all over the world. How much do we spend per child? It is critical, it's important. On the tertiary, especially university, yes, I said we have to have different models, which we must do. The government must state this is our contribution, which will be very clear annually to support university education and going to universities based on their population. Thereafter, there will be another component which must come because corporations today need those human products as part of their own production system. There will be those tax you're collecting for education must go into supporting tertiary education. And then you now come with the component which you mentioned, issue of loan. It won't come in straight away. So initially, you have to bear this cost until you're able to have a properly articulated loan procedure, which will allow students in some areas, because not in every area, when you start, in some area, to have access to this loan, because you're sure when they leave school, they will be able to get a job that allow them to pay for this. With all this combination, you're going to have a better educational system, a quality educational system, because you're not going to have a situation where teachers are going to be trained, the right equipment for teaching at the primary distance, then at university level, lecturers, everything, they can hire and do this and all that. Not a situation where I can tell you some of the people who are giving job in various universities in Nigeria in the past 2 years have not been paid anything. And they're lecturers. Imagine how they're lecturing. Imagine how they're living. These are things where we talk about saving money or saving costs of governance, where you're going to channel them to.
Thank you very much, sir. Thank you.
Thank you very
All right.
much for answering my question, sir. Thank you.
All right. As we wait, David to come back, I think we'll just move on right now to Ibrahim. Ibrahim, if you can hear me, please unmute your mic and speak. Thank you.
Thank you very much to them. Thank you, Your Excellency, for being here with us. I'm from the north. I can say my question directly going to go on agric because that's what I think will be one of the most commitments that you are going to give to the northern part of the country. And then you have cited a lot of examples to us when you are doing your campaign about it. But in the economic aspect of it, I found it very difficult to understand and understand what really happened in the country. For example, we have different programs done by the previous government, and also this government has declared emergency on food production. And my worry is just that before they said we don't have fertilizer blending companies, they are just like 3 or 5, and they have like 50. But the cost of food in the market is still high. So I want to relate what is the input government putting into the system, and also food is getting more expensive. Let me give you another example. We have more what they call them uh, rice millers now, in almost getting in hundreds of them. Which one of the rice miller, as you said, you are part of the people that help them to develop. And then this government, the previous government of APC, put a lot of money into it. So my worry is that rice is still very expensive. It's not affordable. To the unit, it costs almost about 43,000 naira per bag. Fertilizer is costing about 30,000 naira per bag. And the insecurity in the northern part of the country, if you can see Zafra and other places, people have to pay tax for them to do their to go to their farm. And another thing that is scaring us is that the mud in these villages bring out this produce to the city is by transport. And this subsidy issue so affecting the rice issue. So with all this, the word that Madam don't want us to put, the renew, whatever that we used to call it, which everybody is feeling. So my question is directly to you, sir. Help us understand the economics. If it happens that you become the president the next 2 or 3 months, what will you do different so that at least this rising cost of food would at least go down for Nigerians to benefit from being a Nigerian that have a very wide and very big fertile land for us to do agriculture? How do we get this food? Because food is the main security that we can have. Because even the education, everything, we need to get food.
Well, thank you, Brian. Brian, I've said a lot about the issue of agriculture and issue of implementation of various policies, projects, various schemes of the past. What we're experiencing is poor implementation of those schemes. They were not properly executed, they were not properly channeled where they should go. They've all become transactional schemes, transactional policies that went into the same tunnel of corruption. So in the end, they actually, instead of helping to ameliorate the situation, worsened it. The North has said is going through a major problem today that is bordered on poverty, mass poverty. And if you want to solve that problem, you have to put people out of poverty. And agriculture is number one item to solve that problem because there are vast uncultivated land that we need to cultivate. Nigeria can make more money from agriculture, can earn more from export billions of dollars from agriculture that the president earns from oil. And I'll give you several examples, which I don't need to go back into. Because you've seen me, Grammy followed me everywhere where I said that Niger State alone is 2.5 times the size of Netherlands. And if Netherlands can do export of agricultural products in 1 year of over $120 billion, which is about 6 times what Nigeria earns from oil, Nigeria can do more. We can earn more from it. And we will be able to do today in Dubai, small place, same holidays and call it anything. They are now doing quite a number of agricultural products. We have massive uncultivated land in Boronu, 70,000 square kilometers, which again is about not exactly, about 2.5 times the size of Netherlands. So we have opportunities that are there. And to put people out of poverty is to invest in this land. We have to do it through the natural. You have to do it properly. It has to be through verifiable and means people can see. Governance is very simple. If we say you talk about having more rice mills, having more this, everything. For example, right now I will show you how Anchor Borers program have been implemented in other countries. I show you how growers have implemented in other countries. How did we give money for the growers? How did we channel the funding for it? The rice millers, are they the ones we are funding in order to fund properly those who are going to supply them inputs? So if it's a rice mill, are we supporting big miller to be able to support those who are going to support paddy to be able to give us the rice? Who are we dealing with? And what are we trying to achieve? So in economic program, you must think it through. We can change all that and do it properly. When it's transparently implemented, it will work. It is not something we need to go far to find, whether it's the fertilizer or anything. All these are not coming down, Ibrahim, because it's based on transaction. Otherwise, it will be cheaper, it will be competitive, because labor is cheaper. First is that how are we doing it? Then we have a Bank of Agriculture, domiciled in Kaduna. And this is being implemented to the Bank of Agriculture. Who are the beneficiaries of this loan? Are the farmers? Are the politicians? These are questions. Who are those who are involved? I've seen people, even in my own state, when we came in, it was a standing agricultural loan. When we tried to recover it, none of the loans went to farmers. The funds ended up in hands of politicians who have nothing to do with farm. And that is the problem. So the implementation must be proper. It must go directly those who need it, and it must be followed up to ensure that we're getting value for that. If we do it, the prices will come down. We'll use it to put people out of poverty. We will do more. Ibrahim, you know we've been to, and I'm sure you can still do it today. Go to prisons and see those who are involved with kidnap and killings. They will tell you how much they are paid for an operation. It is 30, 40, 50,000. Which means if they have something they're doing that can give them that amount every month, that's it. The more you put people out of poverty, the more you reduce the criminality. This needs to be properly implemented. This must be preached.
All
Thank
right,
you, Brian.
thank you very much, sir. Thank you. I think it's only justice I pass the mic right now to the lady, Miss Barriat, and our first female question of the day. Miss Barriat, if you can hear me, you have this. Good evening.
Hi, Saddam. Can you hear me?
Loud,
Hello,
Perfect.
can you hear me?
loud and clear. Go on,
Please.
please.
Perfectly. Continue.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yeah, Ms. Marias, we can hear you.
So, good evening, Your
Okay, Saddam,
Excellency,
she might
once
need to log out
again.
and
As
come back
I
in the
always
replace.
refer to you as my president. So, I'm here speaking to my president, and I believe every other person listening to knows that we are listening to our president was the man we know we voted for on the 25th of February. Here is my question, sir, just to follow what Ibrahim Abdul Karim has already asked you. I am a trader, just as you always introduce yourself. I am in the agricultural sector. I trade in fruits and veggies. And one of the biggest complaints that a lot of the farmers that we right now, always talk about has to do with logistics and multiple taxes that they face from the farms to the market. So my question to you, Your Excellency, my president, our president, how would you handle the issues relating to the logistics involved in transporting food from farms to around the infrastructures and the multiple taxation that these drivers and farmers face from to the market? Thank you very much for your time.
Thank you, my sister, for that question. I know Ibrahim mentioned it. First, let me start by answering it. Since that at times I just get, how did we arrive here? If colonial masters was able to build a rail in the 60s to make sure that they transport the food from the north, Kanu, everywhere in the north, to the south, and to export. What has changed today? These are 60s. I went to southern Kaduna and I saw rail in Kafanchan. Somebody said to me from Kafanchan, they used to load agricultural products that go to Lagos. If that happened in the 60s, why can't we do it today? On the issue of multiple taxation, all those, again, is ordered on corruption and transaction, which when you are determined to eliminate it, will be able. Where are the corporations which government can support and be able to get value for it? And all this is what you can do by the time you have proper support that are channeled in the right direction. A Bank of Agriculture is in the north supporting all this. Where there's stringent rules that nobody can play with, you get it solved. And then because you're interfacing with these farmers like you, because like I said, it's a learning process too. Because the government is, to do it, they will listen to the farmers. Yes, there's issues of insecurity. Ibrahim mentioned the farmers can't go to farm. Yes, that is number one job of government, to secure the people. So if you're determined to do all this, we spend enough money in security. I do not see how non-governmental actors will be more active, more daring than government. It is because what we spend in dealing with insecurity are also somehow immersed in this transactional life. Criminalize the place. So this is time to do things now differently, involving all levels of government, from the community level, to local government level, to state level, to national level, with clear mandates, clear implementation plan, that at any time there's a problem, all those involved will be dealt with. If you do that, you see it differently. When we lend money to farmers, it will shock you. Daily farmers in Anambra State, we were able, apart from flooding, which occurred a particular year, to recover about 70%. Flooding came and worsened it. When we lent to proper farmers, we were able to see increased production, and we visited them. So it's not just me sitting down in Oka saying, giving money to farmers who came to Oka. No. We went to their local government, went to their villages, we went to see everything. When they had flooding, we were able to intervene to even save those who had loans from other areas. Because we could see what they're doing. And again, to build the proper infrastructure that gives them access to the market. And all these are doable if we're determined to do the right thing.
All right, thank you very much, sir. Thank you. Ibrahim, you say you want to have a follow-up question on agriculture real quick?
Another follow-up question is just for me to testify to what Apple Fetty is saying. For example, in Kaduna and also in Sokoto, I've seen this road that they call it the agriculture. It's a fund for in the agriculture department in the Ministry of Agri to develop rural roads. But in my area, for example, in Sokoto, at Locust Wiwa, I have seen a project given to one of the directors stayed around that place, and they build the road. As I was talking to you today, anyone that is in Kaduna, you know the house of the immediate former agric minister. If you go there, you will see the road being done with that kind of funds. I think what Mr. Pio is saying is really true. Most of these funds end up in the pocket of politicians because they are not doing the right thing. So money and system and document has been designed to help Nigerians to make sure that this food has become a little bit cheaper, but because this money end up in the pocket of people. This is just an intervention I just want to give. Thank you.
All right, thank you very much, Ibrahim. Thank you. I think Otumba, you're meant to come in now with your questions. I don't know if you're ready.
Yes, I am. Yes, I am. Thank you. My question is still on the economy. Given the economic downturn, we're seeing multinational companies report massive losses. Cadbury, I think they had 20 billion in losses. MTN, 131 billion in losses. NGX, 232 billion. Nigerian Breweries, 71 billion. Guinness Nigeria, 18 billion. Airtel is, I think they reported about $121 billion in losses. And a lot of this is attributed to the flows the dollar, we see the naira weakening against the dollar, we see naira weakening against the British pound. If you're in charge of the economy, which we hopefully will be, what economic policies would you help implement around naira, and also to reduce, these losses? Because as just an ordinary person, seeing these losses to me translates to budget cuts for those companies. It translates to either layoffs, massive layoffs, or reduction in employment opportunities for Nigerians that work. So, what will you do around the question of naira? Thank
But brother, let me tell you, if you look at my tweets about the issue of naira exchange, I mentioned it in that tweet. I mentioned about 19th of September last year. First is that what you have that is affecting your naira value is the value of your reserve. And what drives your reserve is export earning. What drives your export earning is production. Because your sources of revenue, as far as foreign exchange is concerned, is oil, which most of it is stolen. You have no agriculture, you're not exporting enough. Factories are not producing enough for export. That's difficulty in dealing with the issue of earning dollars that would have increased your reserve and helped to stabilize and reduce the rate of exchange. What we have recently is every country in the world can tell you manages the rates of its exchange. Yes, yes, they will tell you you can float it. But you can't float without knowing or managing your supply. You can't float what you don't have. I believe that the rate of exchange era was overvalued. For me, first step would have been to do the things I won't say here that I would have done to be able to get some funding that would have allowed you first devalue the currency, because it's overvalued where you have a situation where you have 450 official rate and almost 750 as current market rate, which was allowing all sorts of things. If we had moved from 450 to about 600 or thereabout, and be able to still manage it by getting enough money to meet up existing obligations. Corporations and people will lose money, but those meeting those existing obligations will increase confidence for people to come back into the market. And then, remember, one of the things that a foreign exchange rate is unproductive money. It's all over the place. I call the corruption side of it. Because some of this exchange rate that is going up and everything, the dollars are not being purchased by those who are using it for productive purposes. It's being purchased and used for corruption purposes, which everybody is involved. So you can stop it. Today, you know, for various political activities, people in government are now transacting in dollars. It is an open secret. So we are in difficulty. Some of this we have to start doing it differently. I'm not going to say, that's why I said I will not be dwelled in the process of yesterday. I'll be dwelled in the process of today. When I was in government as a state, we decided to have what we call subnational savings. And that was why in Anambra State, we were able to have, by the time I left, $150 million in savings. We said we're going to divide our savings into three. One should be in foreign currency. Since we trade in dollar, let's save in dollars. One should be in naira, the other will be in investments, shares and stocks and bonds, local bonds. And that's what we did. So I have $150 million in savings. You read in God's book, refer to it every day, where he said, I supported savings. Because I know what the reserve would have been. If you ask Mr. Ganga, who was there, who actually was the, can say the architect of the sovereign wealth fund, he would tell you that if there's a governor who gave him all the support, I was there. So for me, the things we would have done differently. The country did it in the past, we're suffering now, but we can start today to do it. If we had done the right things, manage the rates more effectively, and then support all exportable item in order to earn revenue. Stop the oil stealing, which the government have said they're stopping and everything. I said that I was a little bit disappointed that we got a ship that had 8,000 with about 8,000. All we needed to do 800,000, not 8,000, 800,000. And they said with and that ship was supposed to be operating 800,000, and that ship was supposed to be operating for 12 years. For 12 years. Nobody cared to say if that ship had been operating for 12 years, for 12 years, for 12 years, what has he been doing for 12 years? Where has he been for 12 years? It's very important. But rather, what we did is to say, destroy it. We don't need to destroy it. I would have seized it, ensure that they explain what they've been doing for 12 years. Nobody has told us what they've been doing for 12 years. They just said he's been around there and doing similar operations for 12 years. These are issues. So if we get it right, I believe we can earn more dollars. I believe we'll stabilize the currency and everything, and that makes more meaning.
Thank you very much, sir. Thank you. All right. I think we'll take.
Can I? Okay.
It's okay. Before you go on, I just wanted to take a quick quote from what I said. And I said, basically, you can float the naira. Basically, you can't float the naira when you have not made sufficient moves to take the country from consumption to production. I think that is, for me, a quote I'm going to put it out right there on Twitter for Nigerians to understand the bigger economic vision. I think you can come right now with the quick questions, please. Go on.
Good evening, Your Excellency. My name is N6. I have more than a decade's experience in radio and media. And I want to ask you a question about a huge, intangible, but it's going to be a big problem that happened after this election. I don't know if you might understand this question, but please give me time. This election has destroyed whatever fabric of national unity we have. The politicians weaponized tribalism, they weaponized ethno-religious sentiments, and they really split Nigerians apart. The Yoruba and the Igbo, the North versus the South, and they've done this, they did it at national level, they did it at state level. When we sit and talk about Nigeria, we always focus on education, health, this, that, this, places that have verifiable data to tackle. But how do you datify the unity of this country? So please, sir, I want to ask you, do you have a plan when you get into power? Because you surely will. There's no technicality that is going to stop that. When you get into power, sir, is there a plan to sew Nigerians back together again? Or do you think that in your grand scheme of tackling poverty and also alleviating the Nigerian, hopefully the Nigerian GDP and all these things, that the tribalism issue will die off with our prosperity? I always thought it would, but it's sad to see these things happen again. You saw our opponents going as far as Yoruba, Rolu, and things like that. So my question is on national unity. We are highly fragmented at this point. What do you have in mind to get Nigeria back together as a country, loving each other, for us to be able to achieve all these things you have? Thank you.
Well, thank you very much. Let me be honest with you. I've been asked this question several times. And what I'll tell them is exactly what I'm going to tell you now. Is actually at times good that all these things are coming out. When in 2015, I campaigned across Nigeria, then with Jonathan, I saw this happen where Northerners were like, we don't want to hear anything. We don't want to see you. So, and there were so many attractive proposals, campaign promises by Buhari then, and it was voted into office. 8 years after, I did not see, maybe there is, I'm just saying, any reduction in the poverty in the North. I did not see where the North was buying bread cheaper than the South. I did not see where food, like Ibrahim said now, was cheaper in the North than the South. There was no improvement. They were not more secured. There was nothing they would say they celebrated for that, taking that ethnic stand. Today, we're seeing a similar situation in the Southwest, where people think it is our turn, we don't care, it's not this, everything, because the politicians use this as a tool for competition, especially when they're incompetent. So they hire tools of division, tools of ethnicity. And I've asked people, can they show me where they buy bread cheaper in Ibadan? Is cost of rice or food cheaper in Ibadan? Is cost of petroleum cheaper in Ibadan? Is there anywhere people in Ibadan are buying fuel today, 300 naira, and people in the east are paying 600? Is there anywhere they're buying bread 500, while people in the north are paying 1,000? Same thing is what happens with religion. Because people will say to you, oh, doing a religious card, doing this. Show me where the Muslims buy bread cheap. I can tell you, Christians will go there and worship with them and buy the bread and come out and continue what they're doing. Show me where Christians are buying bread cheap. Muslims will come and buy the bread and go back. I went to secondary school, Christ the King College in Onitsha. And I wasn't just a student, anybody would say, you don't know in Christ the King College. I even became the deputy discipline prefect. So everybody that went to that school will tell you knows Mr. PeterObi. We had students that were Muslims We had the students with other different Christian denominations. On Fridays, our Muslim students will go in Onitsha. They will go to mosque in Onitsha then. That's how I knew the mosque and where it was in Onitsha. They will go to mosque on Fridays. On Sundays, we will go to church. Those who are Catholics will go to Catholic. Those who are Anglicans will go to a neighboring school, DMDS, for their own. Everybody. We didn't know what was religion. I went to University of Nigeria, Nsukka. Again, nobody who passed through Nsukka will tell you while I was there. He does not know PeterObi. You're not the part of that school. What I mean, not that everybody knows me. There might be people who don't know me, who don't even remember me, but if there's popular students in the school, I'm one of them. So we had a lot of Muslims. We had people from different Christian denominations, a lot of Muslims. Nobody thought about where you're coming from. We had people. My senior brother went to school in University of Maiduguri. We used to go to Enugu to enter train to go back to Maiduguri. We are not in 60s. These were late 70s, early 80s. So not even 60s. So all these things were just tools that recently were brought into this into show device, and sewing it together, my brother, is as easy as ABC. Once you bring back what I normally say, character, capacity, competency back, and people can be see that they are participating in this, they are part of it because they are qualified, they are this, all this is will disappear. I live in Onitsha, I live in Lagos. I'm involved in some of these companies you're talking. Nobody knows where anybody's coming from. What we're looking for, when we're looking for directors who are competent. Yes, there might be an argument of, okay, in order to balance it, we need one person from Southwest, from Southeast, from this, from that, which are already enshrined in our constitution. Our constitution already said federal character. We have to bring people from different areas. We have to bring people who are competent. It's been shown in our football system. Just yesterday, all those who played for us in the 80s was remembered by APs. All those of them, Odebami, Christian Chukwu, everybody, he brought all of them to Lagos, hosted them, gave each of them about 1.5 million naira each, told each of them they're going to be flying his plane for free. He wants them to be looked after and everything. He didn't say, I want people who play for Rangers. I wanted people who did this national. When they met me in hotel, you'll be shocked. Blow, all these people that we used to hear their name. That's what it used to be. You can bring it back with effortless ease. Today, there's a lot of intermarriage between the north, the east, the southwest, the southeast. It's going to a stage in Lagos, nobody even know the difference. Most of the marriages I attended, I was in a funeral just on Thursday of somebody I can call a mother, fantastic woman, but it's a Yoruba woman. We live in the same block of flats where this woman is. I don't know how to describe her. She was just an extraordinary mother who every day will make sure that he comes in and say, Peter, you're not doing this. Peter, you did this or this. Everybody in the compound is fond of her. So these are things you can deal with easily. I've said when I was campaigning, Ibrahim can say that the North will celebrate me because I know the problem of the North. The West will do the same thing because I know the problem of the North. Because today, nobody can tell me the problem of the North because I know the problem of the North. As a banker, we used to get all the cash we need from Kano. Today, Kano is dead. Industries in Empire 1 is dead. Shadan 1 is dead. Shadan 2 is dead. We used to have cash from Medugri. It's all dead. I know the problems in the East. I know the problems in the West. And that's what we need to deal with. I took time to explain to you the things that brings us together. Sports. Today, there's no more sports in terms of what it used to be. At the time, nations are celebrating their hugely leagues. All the young Nigerians talking about is about Manchester, Man U, Chelsea. Is where's our local league? Yes, people used to do that before to play even what do you call it again? Through all this lottery, what do you call it again? Pool. They do pool with it, but they were still following Rangers. All the other clubs like ICC, Mighty Jets, all those things were being followed everywhere. So these are things we must go back to. People who were playing in different places were not even from there. Their troubles were playing for Mighty Jets in North, but their troubles were from Anambra State. People were playing for Rangers, and they're from the North. You know, you had Maserated and who were from Harcourt, they were playing for. So, this is where we must go back to. In terms of our entertainment, you can see it everywhere. Nigerian youth don't know the difference between Davido and other stars in film, in everything. These are what we should encourage. And then throughout these politicians bringing things that divide us or telling you, oh, PeterObi is tribalistic, oh, PeterObi. Where? I've governed the state, I've run corporations, I've supported this, I've been, I can tell you there's a company that is 100% owned by people from the Southwest that I cheered. I didn't even have one share in it, just one. And I was the chairman, and the company was doing well. So we can go back to it. We can stay together very easily. There's competent people all over Nigeria. Just like all of you are scattered here, there's competent people all over Nigeria that we can work with and be able to show that it is a united country.
Thank you very much, sir.
God bless you, sir. Thank you very much.
Thank you. I think how you went in on that. Thank you. All right, I'm bringing David. David has been falling off. Maybe your enemies don't want you to speak to the boss. I am sure as David conquered Goliath, you have conquered them. So please, David, I want you to come in right now and show them that you are also a conqueror. Please, you have this place. Good evening, my brother.
Good evening, sir. I'm just going to keep my question very brief. And first of all, I'm going to give some background as to why I'm asking this question. Now, um, it's been well known that the fuel subsidy regime was unsustainable. It had to go. Preferably should have gone as far back as 2012, wasted an extra 10 years, etc., etc. Regardless of what happened on February 25, the fact is the fuel subsidy was never going to remain in place because the outgoing administration had already not made any budgetary provision for it. Now, that has been used as an argument to state that, well, even if the results that were announced had gone differently, and even if Peter Obi had been announced as president and he was sworn into office on May 29th, that the economic carnage that we are witnessing would have been the same. It wouldn't have made any difference who was president. Now, I beg to disagree. I believe that the way it was handled, the way the announcement was made in itself, and the way the initial first 2 or 3 weeks of the subsidy removal were handled were what directly led to this huge slowdown in economic activity that we're witnessing and this extreme spiking of fuel prices. Now, so the question is, if Peter Obi was the one who was midwifing that transition from subsidy to no subsidy regime, what would Peter Obi have done different in such a way that the um, the extremely negative effects that it has had on businesses, on people's ability to even travel to work, all sorts of things like that. What difference would Peter Obi's handling of the situation have made?
David, that's our election was took place on 25th of February. Result was announced when? About the 1st March. Between the 1st of March and May 29th, is a clear, call it about almost 90 days. Within these 90 days, I'm sorry to say it, I would have been able to have a respectable economic team that would have sat down with me. Even as I talk now, if you say Peter Obi is president tomorrow, I'll give it to you in 1 month. Who respected Nigerians that can sit down and we say, this is where we're going to go. If we're going to remove subsidy, I said it again, look at my tweet. We're not going to pull it. It's like when you have multiple fractures. You're not going to deal with all of it immediately. It's something you need to remove it one after the other. I said we'll remove the corruption side of it. So we know the actual subsidy we're paying. There's so many components to this subsidy that when you listen to, because I've listened to some experts make their comments, you remove that. Having removed that, you now decide on the component of subsidy, whether it's budgeted or not. If it's, for example, when you remove it, maybe what will remain will be 40% of what you're paying or 50%. You cannot set from this day to this day, we're going to remove this component. We've seen a former governor come in and said that somebody, David said, he's tired of making money this way, that he has made enough. I don't think I've ever seen anybody who said it's not enough money. Not even Warren Buffett, so, who is involved in investing. So for someone to say that, it shows you what is happening there. So I would have done all that. And I've said we would have also seen what is happening with the issue of the refineries, not the one of government. Other refineries, now people have set up here and there, which they are complaining that their problem is supply of crude. Another thing, so there's a combination of simultaneous you need to do, quite a number of things that would have helped to manage this better and everything. There's a combination of things you would have discussed with people in all the stakeholders that would have made it better. It would still be painful. It's just like what I said before, that there's a difference between giving you some form of anesthesia before pulling out the your truth and just doing it without anything. There must be a thinking through. It's an economic decision. It's not going to be easy. If it's a return school to the original owners in Anambra State, there were issues with it. People were on strike. The schools were on strike for months. But before we returned it, we made sure that we went through all the beginning to the end to mitigate the problems. For example, saying that all teachers that are employed must be paid by government. They must be maintained by government. And the churches and this thing can no longer run the school. They don't have the resources. There's so many things we put in place that we will continue to do the capital projects. We will continue to do this, but they will take care of the administration and management, but will support them. I can tell you, I don't know what has changed. At the time I was governor, no state in the north, no state in the east, no state in the west can compare their secondary schools or primary schools with ours. We were the only people where we have secondary schools that have computers, buses, this, everything. Go to those schools today. Infrastructures were rebuilt. We don't own them. Private schools in Anambra State were supplied computers. Private schools in this. So we thought it through. As a governor, I decided that every person, old person in Anambra State, from the 200, about 200 communities, who is above 75 years and have no means or does not have any form of pension, the government will pay the person 5,000. You can go and verify what I'm telling you now. Across the whole state, 5,000 every month. And security in each community employed and paid directly by government in each community. I bought each community vehicle. But this is what I thought to. So I knew it was going to be sustainable. People ask me then, where are you going to get money to do this? I say, look at our calculation. Look at what we are getting. Look at what we're going to do. What I'm saying is that there are things you do, but you have to be taught through. Stakeholders have to be invited. Other people have to have their input. It's not just something, it's not something of courage. Some people say, oh, if you have the courage, there's nothing, you have the courage. If you're determined to do it. Let's say any day, David, I'll pull people out of poverty in the north. I'll change the country. It's not going of courage. You need to give people the numbers. If you say you're going to save cost of governance, people need to see the numbers. You cannot tell people to sacrifice. You cannot tell people to go through pain when they are seeing you live a life of a rock star, when you're buying brand new chips from all over the world at a very expensive price, and you're saying this is this. No, you cannot say you want, like you said, you want food security, and this is this. Yes, you want food security. But what are we doing? People must hear it, people must see it. And like I keep saying, it is time we hear from those in charge. I don't know whether this has made a little bit of sense to your question, David.
Yeah,
Absolutely.
you made amazing sense, sir. Thank you very much, sir. All right, I think in the spirit of education, I think I'll put the mic right now to Madam Bolale. Madam Bolale, you have the speech. Good evening.
Uh, Good evening, Saddam. How are you? Your Excellency, thank you. Your answers to our questions have been quite illuminating. Thank you. So, before I ask my question, I just want to sort of give some context. Right, back in 2010, when I had my youngest daughter here in the UK, the consultant, the surgeon, the SHO, and the midwife on duty who welcomed her into the world were all Nigerians. So I had Nigeria's finest at her birth, and I often laughed about it. However, we know that there's a brain drain, so that we've got an average 200 doctors leaving the UK, leaving for the UK this month, and that has meant that the ratio of doctors to patients is now 2 to 10,000, which is really bad. Right. So a few days ago, um, resident doctors in Nigeria embarked on a definite strike, right, which has meant that the public hospitals and the conditions are not great anyway, and these are the people who have decided to stay, right, and it caused the question, how Nigerians are able to access affordable healthcare. So my question, sir, is this: considering the difficulties in that sector, is it time to put a state of emergency on healthcare delivery in Nigeria? And if yes, what would the solution look like?
Well, let me start by telling you that the state of emergency, my sister, is long overdue. Is long overdue. Today, Nigeria have surpassed India in infant mortality. India is 7 times the population of Nigeria. India is now the country with the largest population in the world, about 1.4 billion, and we're about 200. So there are 7 times our population, but we have worse infant mortality than them, especially in the northern Nigeria. And this is because of lack of primary health, lack of primary health care, lack of education, lack of access to health, like I said, on primary health care. And you can't talk about primary health care unless you talk about the human infrastructure, healthcare workers that are involved, because they are nurses, midwives, everything. When I was campaigning, I went to an IDP camp where they had close to about, according to them, I didn't know, they were about 50 to 100,000. I'm not privileged to know how many they are. But when I came, they were the crowd I saw should be about 3,000-4,000. They have no form of facility, medical facility, except a nurse, one nurse, who actually was there on a volunteer basis. She said she's tired of hearing or seeing people die or women trying to get men. And so she decided, let me die with this. It was very painful to see and everything. Because we're not investing in healthcare. When we talk about this saving, we're talking, go and look at primary healthcare budget of Nigeria, a country of 200 million people. And then you look at the budget of, say, I don't want to start maybe National Assembly. Look at the budget of primary health care. Look at the budget of maybe compared with budget of even Asra Clinic. All those things or other government agencies. So it's a question of priority. And our doctors are leaving, our nurses are leaving. Should worry us, but I'm not as worried as people are. I lived in the UK myself, where at the time, all the doctors, all the distance were from India. I used to tell people that I know India will take over in terms of ICT, in terms of technology, in terms of businesses. The economy of India, will be a stronger economy in 10 years' time, because at the time I did a program in Kellogg. Dean of the school was an Indian, and all those around in most of the schools, especially in my class, were Indians and Asians. I came to Oxford and did a program. The dean of the school was an Indian. I went to Cambridge. I saw the same thing. INSEAD in France was the same thing. And so I knew they were going somewhere. Because we're going around acquiring doctors in the UK, were Indians, dentists, everything. My sister today, they are going back to India. They are the ones who are helping Indian government. If you go, Modi is doing well today, but most of the things he's implementing and most of the things they were doing were things that expatriate Indians who are now in charge of various agencies, institutes for transforming India, were things that they brought, even if had a former prime minister who was a respected economist from Oxford. These are how countries change. So they were now using, it is people like you and all those diaspora, and if we get it right, like I said, brain drain will be brain gain. You come back. Because we're going to use your knowledge. You're actually going to be the first investors we're going to get when we talk about foreign investors. Foreign investors are not going to come until you people come. When they see you going home and making money, they'll follow you. That's how foreign investors go to country. They don't just stay and say, let me go there and die. They have to see that, hey, when they see there's law and order, And David can come in and go out while criticizing government. Nobody will harass him. Nobody will talk about him. But he can come in and say, Mr. PeterObi, you're a failure. Why not? As governor, I had people who harass me all over the place. I've said it several times. Mrs. Cindy Okendibe's mother. Okendibe is a journalist. I don't know to you, Professor Okendibe. The mother, I didn't know it was the mother, walked me out of a church as a governor. Said I should stop praying here because she's being owed gratuity and pension. And God will never hear my prayers. I should leave the church. And everybody was trying to control her. I said, no. I followed her to her house. And I said, Mama, I'm going to pay this money, not just to you, but to everybody. After I cleared 35 billion naira worth of gratuity and pension. From that woman, the way he was talking to me, if I did today to anybody in Nigeria, they'll lock me up. But that's what governance is all about. You choose to do a job, you have to listen to the people. Not when they said you did this, you say, who are they? They should go and get people in their village, even when they are saying, telling you the truth. So we must have a country that works. And if we have it, I can tell you the doctors, I can train more doctors, more nurses, more this. Some will leave, some will stay. Eventually, as we get involved in building our health infrastructure properly, where we create a proper insurance scheme and take care of us. If India, with large population, can have a scheme that provides health facility for Indians, 1.4 million, Indonesia have the best. There are 260 something million. They have one of the best healthcare insurance in the world today. It works for everybody. Where the rich contributes and the poor contributes, and if all these countries can do it, we learn what they are doing and do it. It is not rocket science.
Thank you very much, sir. David, would you like to ask one more question?
Me?
Yeah, just ask before we move on to Jimmy.
Okay. Right. I was gonna ask a question. This was a question about the Labour Party. Okay. Well, I don't know whether it was Otumba who wanted to ask this question because I remember him mentioning it. But well, since we're already here, let's go ahead with it now. The I remember having a conversation. I think it was with Adam a few days back, and we're talking about the future of the no, it definitely wasn't Saddam. We're talking about the future of the Labour Party, right? And obviously, what PO's vision for the Labour Party and for the obedient movement is. I guess the question I would ask is, in now that we're obviously coming to the end of the 2023 election cycle, obviously we've recorded major successes both with the obedient movement and the Labour Party. They're both during that day, obviously. So, how does PO see things moving forward in terms of uh, motivating more young Nigerians potentially to become card carrying, registered members of the Labour Party? I believe M6 has been very vocal about the need for young Nigerians to not just take an interest in this election cycle because PeterObi is involved, but also to become, if possible, card carrying members of the Labour Party to take part in the internal processes of the party if possible, and also to take note of the other candidates that the party fronts in the gubernatorial, senatorial, and House of Representatives elections, even at state level, state House of Reps, local council chairman, that sort of thing, so as to essentially create or boost a political structure that is independent of what had come before it. So, what is PeterObi's vision for how young Nigerians can plug into this, in both in the short and in the medium term?
Well, my take in it is that, you see, the young Nigerians have been the greatest loser in this enterprise called Nigeria. They've been the greatest loser. Some of us live the life where I used to tell people, David, I bought my first car, Volkswagen. Father, I would say it's my first, that the first car that I used, well, the first car I used was the Honda Civic, which I bought and used and put it into a taxi system. I live in Njenje. The first time I bought the car was as the first year student in Nsukka. I went to J. Allen in Enugu and bought the first version for Volks car for 2,700 naira. Drove it to university, used it. Everybody in Nsukka know my car, AN700 SA. In my second year, end of my second year, David, I bought a Pigeon 505 from Umano Motors in Nsukka for 7,500 or 7,600 naira. And my final year, I live in university, had a BMW for 15,000. So, what am I trying to say? Look at the type of life that I lived. And so many other students. We had students then, Chris Okotie, who was in Enugu, doing his basic thing. PeterObi, we have other students who were doing similar things. All of us, we had cars, lived well, campus was what it is, and everything. You're leaving school, some people are going to work in corporations, some people are going overseas for their masters, people were doing this. We traveled when there's the holidays, students fee, student fare to go to London was 80 naira, then moved to 100 naira. You will say university, inside the university, there's a bank who sell foreign exchange to you at $1 for 60 kobo or something like that, and everything. So if you were where $1 used to be 60 kobo, or call it 1 naira to $1, and suddenly it's like 850 to 1, and you're not worried, then you're not a human being. So it's become a mess. And nobody's to be blamed, not blaming anybody. What I'm saying, we can get it reversed. The young people who have been the greatest loser, who have suffered the greatest pain in this, when I watch them, they've tried everything, including protests like NSAS and everything, and all that, and still got a pushback. It is their time to get involved. If you look at what you were able to achieve in the past 8 months, I urge you to get involved. It's not about PeterObi. It's about you. All I did and all I'm doing is that I said, I will be with you in this exercise. And I liked when introduction was being made, somebody made it categorically. I'm not a saint. I don't claim to be one. But I can say what I tell people, I'm not equally a thief. Because no thief sees what he can steal and leaves it. that is on record that I left office, I had $150 million of my state money, and nobody urged me to save in dollars. Nobody. I did it on my own, and I had about 35 billion naira in cash, and I had a similar amount in investments. So, and nobody urged me to do that. And then since I left office, Anambra has not bought me a bottle of water. Even when I have a speaker who can say today that they passed a law telling me they'll do the house for me in Lagos, in Abuja and Oka, and I don't have one. I don't have a piece of land, in the whole of Anambra State given to me by Anambra State government, in Oka in particular. I don't have a house in Abuja. My wife has a flat in Lagos. We live in it. And recently, because of the issue, we rented a place. So for me, I'm not saying, but public money is for public good and must be used for that. And it's important that people understand that. And for those who even do the wrong things, they should be human and think about what damage they're doing. So for me, the young ones, please get involved. No matter how this scenario we see ends, if you check what we're able to achieve in this short time, the future belongs to you. And unless you deal with it in an organized manner, I'm not going to tell you to go and fight, kill, or snatch it, or kill you, or do anything. No, no, no. You're going to do it in an organized manner and lead this madness out of the door, because it is a case of where lunatics, all of us today, are the lunatics in charge. You must guide us to the door and bid us goodbye, so you can start building a nation you can be proud of. That's how countries change. People bring about change. And that's what they're trying to reverse that by bringing tribalism into it, religion into it, and everything. When we see that all those good things have not paid anybody, when I'm bringing it into it and everything, you now see the labeling PeterObi this every morning, that every morning. Like I said, I'm not a saint. I've passed through schools. I just told the schools where I passed. You can go there, Google my name in anything, whether it's in Catholic College, in Osuka, in Oxford, Cambridge. You will see it there. And they'll show you the program I did. I'm not claiming to be the best, but I passed through there. And the little knowledge I got from there, I used it for the benefit of the society which I live in. I was a businessman. I passed through the banks. I was a director in 3 different banks. There are records people can go and check and say, this is this. So this is what we want to do for the new Nigeria. Let's see. Look at what David is doing. Look at the sacrifice people are doing. Look at what Saddam. Look at what all of you are doing in your different areas. Ibrahim, risking all they can in the north and saying, no, well, I'm looking at everything. All of you could easily jump into this sharing method and benefit from it, but you say, no, let me sacrifice. Let me be different. Let me say this. Even before I met all of you, I've been following what you're doing. I've been reading. I was telling David the day we spoke, I said, I thought you live in this thing. I thought you're much, much older. I was telling Saddam, I didn't even know who you are, David. I've never met any of you one-on-one. I've met Ibrahim, but look at us talking and shit. So get on with it. Go and become party members, Labour Party members. We're not there yet. So you can come in and change it. You can come in and say no to this and everything. You become part of it. In the next few years, you take it over and be able to teach us how to do it better. That's my own lesson. Don't stay outside. It is not time to complain. I was the time complaining. And I said, I won't complain again. Let me get involved. And I'm not involved. And that's where I am. And I'll be for next few years. If you don't know, somebody like me who said, but if I had succeeded, would have had retirement age in this business. People can't just be there forever. We need to give you space. The young ones must come on board. But we must also show some who have shown credibility and experience, allow them to be part of whatever you're doing for the transition to move on very well.
Thank you very much, sir. Thank you very much. Thank you. I think the message is very clear. Thank you very much, sir. It's very, very clear. Young Nigerians get involved in politics. It's time we start retiring these old men that are benefiting from the system that works. I don't understand how you meet a naira at 1 naira and you're taking it to 800 naira and you're still flexing on our lives. Young Nigerians, I think the clarion call has been given out to us on this platform to please get involved. Get involved. Oh yeah, let's move on right now. Let's take Miss Mary White.
Yes,
Good evening. You have the space.
yes. There was that. Sir, please, you've already succeeded. I heard you say if you've already succeeded, sir. This is Mary White. My question is, so recently there was an unfortunate incident that occurred at the Federal High Court in Lagos, where a former CBN governor was arraigned for illegal possession of firearms. And more concerning was a high-handed display by the DSS at the court premises. The question is, how would a Peter Obi administration, which I know we will get back our mandate, handle such reckless display of lawlessness and total disregard for the rule of law by government agencies? So that's my question. Gazegi, Your Excellency, sir. Dalo.
My sister, let me tell you. Let me ask you a question. Where do you live?
I live in the United States.
Okay. Do you know that today, and I'm sure you know, the biggest contributor to the biggest item that contributes to United States GDP is an intangible asset called the rule of law. It is not all you know. It's not a distance. You have a way to verify it. The Western world economy, the greatest contributor, or one of the greatest contributors, let me say one of them, is intangible asset called rule of law. The reason why people want to live in the United States, want to live in long, want to live anything, it's not about anything other than the law. If I go there and do a business sales, I can report to be ABCDF. If somebody comes and attack me, if somebody does this, all that, everything. I lived in the UK for years. I told you this. I lived in the UK for years. And my house was in my name. My house is in my name. You know, I'm a Nigerian man. So I didn't put Mr. and Mrs. So it's Mr. PeterObi. I live there with my wife. Her name is not in the so, and I decided I'm going to sell this house. I want to move to my next house. I own on one street, two houses. I live in one. One was not, one was rented out. So when I decided, okay, I'm going to sell this one and go to the other one, and I went to the estate agent and said, I want to sell this house for this amount and everything. Went to the lawyer. The lawyer said to me, you live in this house with your wife? I said, yes. He Said, for how long have you lived in this house? I said, I bought this house in 1995, and we're now in year. I bought it at about 93, and we're now in about year 2001 or so. He said, was it up to 10 years? I said, yes, maybe not exactly, about 9 going to the 10th year. He said, does your wife know you're selling it? I said, what are you asking me? My wife's name is not in this building. Even if he knows. He said, listen, you need to inform her. And he said, listen, if two of you have lived in this house for 10 years, you can't sell it without her permission. Because it's part owner of the house. And it's your wife. It's true her name is not there. I don't know whether it was a good whether that legal advice was true or not. What I mean, I didn't even ask another lawyer. I went home to my wife and said, we're selling this house. I went to this man, look at what he said. So he said you sign consent. So we must go back there. You sign consent. What am I saying? There's law and order. We operate with the rule of law. Where you live in the United States today, what is kicking you is law and order. What happened that day in court is the least expected of us as a nation. It's even worse that it was between two agencies of government. I am not speaking for any of the agencies, but it should happen. I'm not speaking for a Mefele, but the things that happen in Nigeria that surprises me. This man was CBN governor for 5 years and was renewed for another 5 years by APC government. So they must have found him good to have renewed him for another 5 years. Because I'm sure if he was not doing well, he would not have been renewed. And then, just about 3 months ago, he was given the third highest honor award of the country, CFR. It's after GCFR, GCOM, CFR. That means he's done very well. And suddenly now, we can't even grant him bail to go home. And then wait for court section. So I'm confused. And that's why I said we must have a new Nigeria that is hard on rule of law. Because these are intangible assets that is low-hanging fruit that we can use to attract investment. I've said it before you asked that I want to see a day those who abuse Mr. Obi, because it's not just this, there's so many of them, those who even make me, those who even use strong pictures of me and everything can do so freely without anybody touching them. It happened to me. I said it as governor. People were calling me names. People were doing anything. It's not my business, even to today. There are people who don't want to hear anything about PeterObi. And people call you, what did you do to this man? I said, well, if everybody like you, then there's a problem. If today everybody in Nigeria said It's PeterObi or nobody. I will leave the country. There's something wrong. There will be people who don't want to see you at all, who don't like your face at all. That is why it's a country. And you must respect that. I come out in public, see people talk bad of me, do everything. When we campaign, people call me all sorts of names, people call my wife names, people do all sorts of things. If you look at my campaign today, you will never see where PeterObi open his mouth and be calling another candidate name without reference to maybe something that will make a better Nigeria. There must be a reference where I will mention that person's name. You've never seen me where, if you look at some of the candidates, there's those who made it a point of view that all their statements is about PeterObi. I've not seen anything about them. Every candidate today, I respect them. Those who are older than me, like Vice President Bola Tinubu himself, I do. I have all respect for them. They're my respected elder brothers, and I give them respect. I've said it repeatedly. I'm not challenging anything about whether Tinubu is president or not. I'm challenging the process through which he became president. And that process for me is far more fundamental than whatever he's doing now. We must come to the right process. If we say this is the process of going through this, let's go it through that. Not that you just came in from anyhow or from the window and started cleaning the house. No, 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 no. If there's a door with designated people will pass through, come and pass through there. I will remain respectful, obedient, everything to you. But if you go through the wrong door, I'll challenge it. And that's what I'm challenging.
Thank you very much, sir. Thank you very much. It's very important when you stated about how intangible the rule of law is in a country like Nigeria and the effects it has on the society. Thank you very much. All right, let's go up to you right now. I think a what amazing question. Thank you so much. Let's go to Jimmy right now. I think Jimmy, you are next. Then I come to Nigeria. Please, guys, we have close to 3,000 people on the platform right now. And we see every single one of you. Thank you so much. All of you joining us right now is the Power Face with PeterObi. And we'll be having it every 5 months. I think every 2 months. Hopefully, he keeps to his promises. He has kept the first one. And hopefully, we'll be back here in 2 months from now. But before we do that, please, you can follow us on Instagram. We are on Facebook. We are on Twitter. We are on Telegram. We are on TikTok. We are everywhere, trying to make sure that this we form the new the new news. Please follow us across all social media platforms and also retweet this space. Retweet this space. Come into the building. I think it is going hotter than I expected at this moment. So please get more people into the building. Let's keep this conversation going. All right, let me give the mic to you right now, my brother Jimmy. Jimmy, how are you doing today?
I'm fine. Once again, thank you so much. All protocols duly observed. Your Excellency. I'll call you Peter. Welcome, sir. Nice to have you here with us. I just want to. My question is going to be on the security, and it has to do with the remuneration of the security sections in Nigeria. We need to focus on them because take it or leave it, they're part of us, okay? And the way they're being treated in Nigeria, it's a no-no. All right. For example, we have two categories. which is the commissioned officers and the non-commissioned officers. And of course, I mean the commissioned officers are the second lieutenant, lieutenant captain, all the way to general. And the lowest from the commissioned officers, the lowest get paid 120,000 naira, and the highest, which is general, they get paid 1.5 million naira month, right? And the non-commissioned officers, this has the ranking of the corporal, which is the lower rank, and they get paid 58,000 naira every month. And the highest, which is the master warrant officer, is paid 90,000 naira every month. And this is just the army section. We have for the police section as well. The police are getting paid as little as 48,000 naira every month. We need to see the living standard of these people, and then you understand how these people go out there. They've been maltreated. They've been treated like animals. Because there was a documentary that came out about, I think, a couple of years ago, back in 2014. Yeah, it was Channel TV that took over that documentary. What they did was they showed us a video of how the police academy ran their services. It was disgusting. You need to see where they take their bath, and they interviewed one of the officers. Well, the high-ranking officers there in charge, and he said each police officer is entitled to 150 naira a day, which is 50 naira for morning food, 50 naira for afternoon food, and 50 naira for evening food. So in a day, a single policeman is entitled to 150 naira for a single day. So if you aggregate that together, and at the end of the day, they come out being treated that way, and they are handed over a gun to go out and protect people. These are people that are protecting our lives. These are people that are protecting the country. They go out there to die for the country. They're not being treated right. No insurance. If anything happens to them, their families are not getting anything back. People are getting killed, and they are protecting us. What would you do in this situation in securing their life? Because if they are doing fine, all this, NSAS, maltreatment, getting from there, none of this will be happening. And I'm really, really certain that this is a section nobody has been paying attention to. It's not just about taking care of the top bosses, it's everyone in total to the lowest officer. Thank you. That's my question, sir. Thank you, sir. You.
Yeah, I think Peter fell off.
Karan is back.
Is he back? Can you see him?
Yeah, he's back. I
Yeah,
think
I
he
can
was
see
talking
him. He's
about
on the speaker section.
Okay, I can see
He's,
him
he's
on this. I
a
can
listener. He's not on the speaker panel.
Yeah, I can see him. I just got him up now. I brought him. So Jimmy, I think you have to rephrase and re-ask your question. I don't know if he heard you, he will answer. Sir, good evening. Can you hear me? Did you get the question?
Part of it is about treatment of our police, army, and everything.
Yes.
But let me thank you very much. Like I said before, what you are saying is not only the same way the David, can you hear me?
Yes, I can hear you.
Go on, sir.
Okay. Let me tell you, you've now talked about police, army, and everything. Let me even help you further. Without anything, we've been told that National Assembly was giving 70 billion naira. They are going to buy vehicles for them. Maybe, let me say, each of them gets a Prado. I'm just giving an example. A Prado will cost today in Nigeria about 70, 50, 60 or 70 million naira. Let me use the lower side, 50 million. It won't be less than that. I haven't bought one recently, so I don't know. I'm just giving you an example. University professor is paid 450 thousand naira. Those who earn, those who collect the money, 450,000 naira. Those who are not being owed. So in 1 year, he will earn without touching his money between 5 to 6 million. So if the university professor decides not to eat, decides not to feed his family, he needs 10 years of his salary to buy such a car without eating, without anything. So you will know what he earns compared to the top police officer, the top business. So the entire system is going through that process. Worse, because these are security agents who expect to secure us, secure the country, secure this thing, just like we need the professor to impart knowledge to be able to do this. And that's what I'm saying, that if we're asking people to sacrifice, they must see what we're doing. The country's pay package is low overall. And that is because the country is not productive. So the only people who are earning appropriate money, and even over more than appropriate, are we, the politicians, because of transactional politics we play. Recently, there was the issue of fighting for who is speaker, who is senate president, who is this, and you hear all sorts of things. I was forced to go and ask a friend of mine who have a contact in the United States to ask, how do they select their own people? And I can tell you, by the time I got the answers, I was so pained. How did we get here? What is all this transactional struggle all about? So for me, there's need to look at the overall remuneration of people. If we're going to sacrifice, all of us sacrifice. And let's move this country from where it is today, where it's engulfed in process of consumption, production. That is even what will give government more money that they're looking for. The federal government saying, oh, we're going to increase revenue increase is what we need, blah, 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 and everything. How are you going to increase the revenue? Increase in revenue is a function of production. Today, companies are collapsing. Small businesses are dying due to increase in energy costs, increase in all sorts of things and all that. How are you going to get the revenue? Are you going to tax people who are jobless and looking for money to eat? Are you going to do? So it is all a function. It's something that is worrisome. And I keep telling people, it will get worse. People will say to me, oh, this thing we did, I said, no. It will get worse. So really, I agree with you, they are poorly paid, but it's same thing all over the place. We can start improving their own because they're providing security and making sure this thing. And again, they are seen with sacrifice. Because if you're going to tell a policeman to follow you and it's not being well paid and everything, and if you're going to tell him to secure the place and his children are not in good school, I used to tell people that those who live with my parents, when I was in primary school, we attended the same primary school as me. So there was no difference between somebody who serves my father and his children and me, whose father is boss. Because today, it won't be the same.
Thank you very much, sir. All right, let's going. And well-meaning Nigeria, you can come in now with your questions. Please, guys, one more time. We're going to be taking reactions and back from the speakers and a couple of questions after our panelists have asked all their questions from the comment sections. We cannot ask all, but we ask as many as possible. Mr. Peter is here with us. So, let me come to you, well-meaning Nigeria. You have the space.
All right. Yeah. Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Your Excellency. I think this has been a phenomenal piece. You made some very key, and I just want to assure you, my name is Ampromin in Nigeria, one among many. That the obedience generally we are with you in this process. No, you won't imagine how many obedience are now lawyers with following this process through and through. My question is really relating to uh, you know, character, competence, capacity. I think the real point is character. For some of us, for people that really care about the image of Nigeria as a country, we would agree that Nigeria is undergoing a very serious character assassination. I mean, we've always had that, or I don't think we've had it this bad at, we're having it at this point, we're having it at a very higher level. I mean, about people that we've seen visited the villa, a place that's supposed to be a reverent place. Over the past 2 months, we've seen so many people. But I think that kind of consummates at the recently released ministerial list. I mean, it's not something to talk about too much. Some of us know that this is a temporary or an interim. We don't try to reference it. But I think the point of this question is on that list, you can technically tell that most of the names, I mean, you can classify most of the names. I mean, most of them falls within people that are under a reward system. But the most disturbing for someone like me, and I think a couple of people, is we have a female nominee on that list that in 2018 was had to be sacked by the Senate. In 2023, now this year, she's investigated by the Code of Conduct. Still 2023, she's also undergoing some legal issues regarding forged certificates and all those other things. We have a male nominee who was sacked in 2017 by the Supreme Court as a senatorial candidate for Rubini wrongly. Then in 2019 was sacked again by the Supreme Court. In fact, this time the Supreme Court gave him 10 years ban from running for any political office. And to see that such people appear on a ministerial list for Nigeria, for me, it's character assassination at federal level. It's just killing the character of Nigeria. My question really is, you've answered one part of my question when you said in 1 month you have your list of things out. So I also believe that in 1 month, probably or less, you probably have all your ministers out. But I just want to ask you, what sort of character, what sort of criteria should we be looking at from the people you would be making ministers or other appointees when eventually come, which we are hoping should be very soon. Thank you very much.
Without going taking too much of your time, what I will tell you is that nobody, and I repeat this several times, with any questionable form of certificate and or the other will work with me. I don't need to waste your time on that. I'm saying it categorically. If you have a question to answer with your certificate, you're out. I didn't just happen to me. Let me tell you, when I appointed commissioners in Anambra State, I'm not talking about what we started today. When I appointed commissioners in Anambra State, I told every one and each of them, make sure whatever paper you're carrying is the right paper. So, had the university lecturers, had it in everything, and it was very straightforward. So, we did the verification before you even go public. It was already done within a house. So, I didn't wait until it went public. We did it in house. If you had any record and existing, I didn't appoint sense. I appointed human beings. Even if you had a situation that is bad, if you had a situation that is bad, we knew. So it wasn't, and we knew we were going to defend it before we say, yes, we're going to work with this person. But it was verifiable. And where you're going to be was verifiable. When I tell people that I did not, while I was campaigning, meet up to 70% of my commissioners, they are wondering, how did you appoint them? I never met my chief of staff before. Never met her. I didn't know who she was when I was campaigning. I only read her CV. I said this woman should come in and be commissioner for information. She came in and became commissioner for information. After about a year or so, when the person was acting that, she was appointed commissioner for environment. Was just reading his CV and what he has done with regards to PhD in environmental action, science, blah, 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 everything, and showed a few things he has done on the private side. And that's it. So for me, it's not a question of, oh, this is this. Like I said, when I talked about the economy, knowing that we have an economic problem, I have people, when I was a director or chairman of a bank, it will shock you. I work with people couldn't, people don't want you to even appoint anywhere. People say to me, how can you bring this man who will never, never, never agree with you? I said, that's exactly what I want. And I told my commissioners, you can go and ask any of them. If all of you agree with me in 3 meetings, everybody will go. I know that I'm not working with anybody. You're actually appointed to disagree with me. But then I will learn. So don't come here and answer me, sir. No commissioner saw me to the airport if I'm traveling. No one welcome me. You're running a ministry. Just like I said, I see people coming to welcome people for their laugh. I say, what time do they have to do their job? So we want to do things differently. All of us watch the American president enter Air Force One, Air Force Two. Have you ever seen any minister, anybody see him off? No. If he wants to travel, he travels. So what we want to do things differently. And I assure you, I'm not saying I'm not going to appoint people from the moon. I'm going to work with Nigerians, but they would have been different Nigerians. Even in my campaign, I was telling somebody like Aisha, I only knew her from those activities. And I called her when we were campaigning and said, APCDF. And she agreed. And she wasn't the only person I called. Someone like Ibrahim, someone like, I can go on and tell you a few other people who joined us. I never met them before. But we invited them, they accepted, they joined us. And we worked with them. So that's what we're doing. So that is what is critical. You know, that's what it was critical. And it's important that that happens. When you appoint people based on what they offer, their character, everything. So I assure you, it will remain the same.
All right, thank you very much, sir. Thank you very much. It's important we know the makeup of your cabinet coming in. All right, I think right now, N6, you can come in. You can come in right now. But guys, please, we are bringing up your questions now. And thank you to our moderating speakers. Everyone have asked wonderful questions. It's been an amazing space so far. We have 3,000 on Twitter right now listening to us, and thousands more on Facebook, on YouTube. We have multiple channels streaming it live. Thank you to all of you that are streaming and provided your platforms to stream. Thank you to Njenje TV. I just want to say this real quick. Let me use this moment and do a little bit PR and sell. Please permit me to sell my market and sell our wonderful market. Please, if you are a student and you love journalism and writing, do you love reporting and you are on campus? We're creating a Power Fact Media Campus community. You can please send us, shoot us an email at info@parallelfacts.com. Please, info@parallelfacts.com. We need young Nigerian writers. We're about to take back our country and want to do it with young, talented Nigerians. So please, you see all the politicians on the platform. I hope you guys are really taking your jot things down and take it home to begin to implement real life-changing policies for Nigerians. Thank you. And if you have that up, so I'll allow you come in right now. And please, guys, thank you so much. I'll have to drop some of you. I'll drop you guys down and bring up now so we can have the last few conversations with our excellency. Thank you very much. As you have this good evening.
Good evening, Your Excellency. There's a question I want to ask you, and I'll need you to please listen to me so you could understand what I mean. You're a frequent traveler and you travel with a Nigerian passport. It seems over time the Nigerian passport has lost its relevance, its respect, both in Africa, in the West African sub-region, and overseas. Where our passport is barely improving with its accessibility to several nations. And then our passport, you land in a country, and our passport already subscribes you to certain checks. Someone as popular as David Hundeyin would go to Zimbabwe, and the Nigerian passport does not even make Zimbabwe afraid of putting him in a room alone for several hours. There is a huge disrespect and battering of the Nigerian image, and where we feel it a lot is on the Nigerian passport, especially traveling. Do you have any plans for Nigeria's image, how to launder Nigeria's image, any plans on how to get our passport to be stronger, and just any plans on making Nigeria look better overseas? We seem to be ascribed more to negative news than to positive news. There has to be a way soft power can be used to get us looking better diplomatically overseas. Please, sir, do you have any answer for this situation?
Mr. Peter, are you there?
Hello, sir. Are you here?
It's muted. I think he has to unmute first.
Okay, you have to unmute your mic, sir.
You have to unmute,
Okay.
yes.
Okay. Very set answer. If you want to earn respect Anywhere in the world, whether as an individual or anything, you put your house in order first. Nobody respects you when you're going around as a beggar. Nobody respects you when your economy is in shambles. Do you know how they form G7, G20, G anything? It is based on economy. I have an Indian friend who told me that India would be, when I was campaigning, who told me that India will be hosting G20 very soon. I think it was end of this year. I said, if you win, I will invite you as an observer. I said, I won't come. You should remember us. He said, Peter, I'm shocked. I said, yes. We are supposed to be members. The only way when Green passport was respected was when we have something to offer. When we are a nation, when we have the economy, when we're able to employ our people, when our people have means of livelihood. So for you to have a strong foreign policy, you must have a strong domestic policy. I, Peter, if I'm opportune to serve Nigeria, will tell you, as a governor, I had a diplomatic passport, but I can tell you, I did not travel on diplomatic passport. I traveled on Nigerian passport. I lived in England, had children there. They went to from primary school to secondary school. To the end, I had an indefinite stay in England. I decided to live there, return the indefinite stay. I go to every country of the world with green passport. I don't have dual citizenship. I don't have dual residency. I have everything it takes to be a citizen in the UK, to have permanent residency. Even the one they said you have to have if you have a particular amount of money. But I don't have. I don't want to have. God created me in Nigeria. And I tell my children, any day you see there's war in Nigeria, I'll go back there and die. I've traveled everywhere I went in the world where there's problems. I was in Rwanda when there was problem in Rwanda. I've gone to so many parts of the world. Even when Haiti had earthquake as a governor, I went to Jonathan and pleaded to go there as a Nigerian to help them as a sitting governor. So all I'm saying is that this passport will be great. It requires us to do the right thing. For you to earn respect, you have to put your house in order. You have to do things that are proper. If today David was respected because he came from a system that does not even respect David, because the way he's treated or the way Nigerians will be treated, if Nigeria was good, can someone, even the ambassador, said, no, we can't have this. Even when he was just a young man, how have I the same disrespect myself? I can tell you, I've had the same disrespect myself. Of childhood where I come into a country, somebody will tell you, and you're trying to tell him, say, listen, let me tell you, I cannot trust you because you're Nigerian. I said, that's the only reason. I said, yes. Recently, I went to the UK. An immigration officer asked me about my return ticket. I said, I've forgotten to carry ticket because once I give them my passport on the day I will travel, they will look and see it. He said, well, you must show me your return ticket. I said, I don't have it. Okay, let me look at my email whether I can find it. I said, but why? This is the first time. He said, if you don't see it, let me tell you where you're traveling from. Is the problem. So I've had all sorts of things. I've gone to African countries. I've been treated the same way as David. Because David is probably an important person and a known person, and also somebody who will always fight for his right. Somebody like me will stay quiet there and be praying and let these people solve my problem peacefully. Because even if I say I'm held there, some people will say, oh, he's being held for something else. So I've had it, where people will not trust you, where people will not do anything unless this happens. Don't worry, we'll get it right. It is for you to sacrifice. It's for me to sacrifice. And we'll build a better country. They cannot respect us where we are today. They cannot respect us because of the characters that are in charge of our country. All of us politicians today have failed the country. We failed to build a better society for our children. And that's what we're suffering from.
Thank you very much, sir. Thank you. All right, I brought up some other speakers. Thank you to our magnificent moderators that just dropped. Thank you so much. Amazing questions. I'll be dropping the rest of you, please, so that we can have other people come up and speak. No vex for me. I just want to take this real quick, please. I'll be taking like a couple of questions from the comment section right now. I see your comments. We have over 5,300 comments. And we have over 35,000 of you. Please, for my earlier advertisement I just did, if you love journalism and you're a student, please, it's up on the Jumbotron. Just check the Jumbotron. You can see every information you need to know, how you can apply, how you can send in information, and join this amazing barrier vaccine filled with hardworking Nigerians trying to change the journalism status of the country. Thank you. All right, let me take like three questions from the comment section. So back-to-back questions, really sharp. I'll come back to the speakers that are up here. I think oh please guys, also please, we cannot ask judiciary inclined questions here. It is for a reason. He is in court, and we cannot be seen to be asking questions that has to do with anything about the judiciary. So please, it's important, and that is why we have not asked any questions that has to do with that. So please, it's important you guys understand why we're not asking that questions. So if you have such questions, I'm sorry, we'll not be able to ask you. Sir, a question from Mature Jungle. He says, sir, tell Baba Ahmed that we are missing his presence. Kudos for the great work you're doing. When can we have him on space? Mr. Peter, can you answer that? Did you hear the question I asked you, sir?
Yeah, go on.
All right. The question from Mato Jungo, he said, please, sir, tell Baba Dati Ahmed that we are missing his presence. Kudos for the great work both of you are doing. Please, when can we have him on space?
No problem. I'll deliver that message.
All right. Thank you very much, sir.
Once I have the next meeting with him, I'll deliver that message. But I can tell you, if we have two of us.
Amazing. Okay, let me ask this question. I say, Chini says, Your Excellency, do you have plans to reintroduce technical training in our educational system like we had in the old days? Our youth lack the right skills to thrive in this workforce. For example, Dangote's refinery hiring workers from India due to lack of skills in Nigeria is sadly.
Let me tell you, that is certain. It is certain. Do you know the biggest pool of training, the biggest, and in terms of training technical people and ICT and engineers and everything in India, is Bombay Institute of Technology, which was established the same time Yaba Technology School by British colonial masters. Today, our have produced most of the billionaires you see in India. It become an Ivy League school that you can do anything to get admitted in or be part of it. Nobody talks about Yaba College of Tech again. Everything has failed. We need to bring them back. And that is why I said, that's why we're not earning any respect. We must bring back our country. And it requires a lot of sacrifice.
Thank you very much, sir. Thank you. All right, blessed Emmanuel, question, sir. Sir, what period of time will it take you to put all the seaports functioning? Probably, I think, to make all the seaport functioning. One, how fast will you tackle insecurity in all the geopolitical zones in Nigeria?
Well, like I said, insecurity is number one. Security is number one job of a government. And it is critical. You can't talk about attracting investment if you're not secure. You can't talk about attracting investment if the rule of law is not respected. So there's so many things that are intangible assets that attract people. I said before, what will attract you to America is security. You might have shootings in America, you might have shootings in London, you might have shootings everywhere, but overall it's far more secure. People still come out in the streets of New York for jogging, go to the park, it's filled up in the morning with everybody jogging. People still come out in streets everywhere in London, in parks and everything are moving around, even when there's still shootings in this and everything. So it needs security to attract investment. People must have peace of mind. It needs security. There must be rule of law. There must be some semblance of stability in your economy. So reservation can be high, but it remains stable maybe for 4 or 5 years and everything. People can plan. These are things you need to put in place. And doing that requires some time. But if you start, Nigerians are good at followership. You're doing the right things. Government is about hope. You must give people hope. If you say we are going to do this and people see you are doing it, you won't achieve 100% result overnight. But people want to see 100% effort. You see me say this eventually every 2 months appearance that you must put 100% effort. Our sacrifice and everything must be seen. And that's it.
All right, thank you very much. Sir, you did not answer the question of seaport, how fast you can get all the seaports
Let
working.
me tell you about seaport. What I say about seaport, what I do about the airport. These are critical economic issue that needs to be up and running. Nigerians today go to Kenya to go to Dubai. They go to Ethiopia to go to Dubai. They go to Rwanda. They go to South Africa to go to Dubai. If there's any place that's supposed to be transshipment ports, in terms of seaports, in terms of airports, it is Nigeria. Nigeria is so strategically located in Africa, where we are middle in the terms of north, south, and everything. And we have strategic ports that you can use to do roll-off that can do. I won't tell you more, but I've said it before. When I was campaigning and I said that I'll make a bar and Port Harcourt one time, some people said, no, making one time is that we now need to focus on export. When I talked about our bar, I said to them, Bangladesh is doing $6 billion worth of clothing export. That is, Vietnam is doing over to something $billion worth of shoes, footwear. And we have over 60,000 tailors and shoemakers. Just like I talk about food, so many fertile land like Niger State can give us all the food we need to export. If we know what we're doing, organize ourselves, in 5 years, 5 years, you could see our reserve double, if not triple.
Thank you
And
very
all the talking will change that. If we have reserve of $100 billion today, Naira can be more than 400, and it will be 400 if you do what you're supposed to do. So you bring it down to 100, and you provide a prosperity. You can start creating all the jobs. Indonesia is doing it, and Brazil has done it. Countries have been where we are. When people talk about education now and talk about everything, I said to them, go and read about Brazil, Mexico, and all this. People were 2 years ago running away from Mexico, Brazil, everywhere. The volume of agitations, corruption, and everything. Today, those countries are changing. We can do the same thing. I've seen what they've done. I visited them. I know what they've done. We can do the same thing.
very much, sir. Thank you very much. All right, let's, I think I'll still go back to questions from the comment section, but we'll do so I'll just go straight to them. Real quick, please, your questions in 1 minute each. Miss Spells, you have to speak. Good evening. Welcome.
Good evening, Your Excellency. Good evening, everyone on this platform here today. Thank you very much, Carla Fox, for organizing this space. Your Excellency, I'm so very glad you're here today. You gave us your word um, 2 months back, and you're here. That's very noble of you. So I was in two of your obedient diaspora town hall meetings in the United States. And from the very first time I heard you speak, I knew that I wasn't making a mistake in supporting you. And thank you very much for being so consistent. So what I have to say here today is my question is more of a comment. Um, I like to really commend your comportment and maturity in uniting a fragile country like Nigeria, even across ethnic, political, and religious divides, even pre and post elections. You are the real unifier. Thank you very much, sir. So again, we all know that we won the elections, but we were rigged out. But you have continuously asked us to remain calm and maintain order. And you said we'll go to court and we'll regain our mandate, and we have maintained peace and order. So this in contrast to the outbreak of needless violence in Nigeria right after Buhari lost in 2011. We all know that there was so much violence, mostly due to his combative or militant campaign rhetoric, which eventually dovetailed into terrorism, which we're still battling today. So I want to say thank you very much, Your Excellency, for being such a good man, for maturity, for placing your love for Nigeria above personal interest. We are with you all for these proceedings. We love you. We will keep praying for you. And we very much know that by God's grace, we will reclaim our mandate. Thank you very much, sir.
Thank you. I'm in their prayers with you. But I assure you also, whatever happens, we will remain peaceful. It is for the interest of the country. We have no other country except Nigeria. And for us to build it, we're not going to build it through war, through anarchy, and through rioting. God, in His mercy, at His own time, will listen to the suffering of Nigerians. I believe in it. It cannot. Nigeria must come out of this and be a great nation. I have that confidence that it will be a nation. People will rush back. Mexicans are leaving America today to go back to Mexico. Brazilians are going back. Nigerians will come back. You will see them come back in their numbers. We will make it work for them. We'll make it attractive for them. And you are going to be part of that sacrifice. Whichever way it goes, it might not God harm in it. All I can tell anybody is that you never find me want I will never be part of what knowingly what is wrong. It will never happen. It must be the right thing.
Thank you very much. Thank you. I think I have, before I jump to the next question, I have a question from our YouTube. He said, if in a very short, let's say if you can do this in 2 minutes, how would you deal with the issue of federal character?
Well, it's already enshrined in our constitution. You must ensure that every part is represented. Must be represented by somebody who is competent, qualified, has a character. They can be used as an exemplary person. Thank you.
We lost you, sir. We lost you, sir. But okay, I think.
Can I go back
No,
to
no, no.
that?
He answered the question fully, Sadam.
All right. Please let's go on real quick. Oladipo, your hands are up. Please, in a minute, your question, please. Thank
you. Your Excellency, good evening, sir.
Good
thank
evening.
Thank you for making sure that our faith as Yoruba people in you is not mismanaged, is not thwarted. And I'm really appreciative of everything you have done. And I want you to know we will build a new Nigeria together, sir. Sir, my question borders on this, sir. Sir, as I speak to you, I am an inventor. I invent things and I do a whole lot of things. But we don't have the enabling environment for science and technology. The environment is so hostile to us that we are the one that will source for the money, we are the one that will do the research, and we are the one that will start to construct what we are doing. And it's not really making us. I know a lot of my friends that have left Nigeria. The things I do. Yes, sir.
Thank you. You know why? I've said it even when I speak in open. That if the Gates and Steve Jobs and all these were Nigerians, they won't get anywhere. Nobody will support them. Nobody will support you as an inventor in a corrupt country because you have people with wealth at any enterprise, any invention, anything, until such things becomes respected, seems to be something of value. People can see what you're creating and value it, and you become the person to be celebrated. Then it becomes something people will jump to. Banks will give you money, institutions will give you, they will give you all the support. Today, our banks don't even lend money to people like you or entrepreneurs. They do pump brokerage. So you go to a bank, the bank will tell you, if you give me a house, I give you this. You have to bring your mother's house, your mother's land, blah, blah. But the same bank will turn and give local government money because they are so the system have crowded out the real sector people that are supposed to lend money because they're lending to local government chairman because he gets statutory allocation every month. So they give him money to go and do whatever he wants. This has to change. That's why I said we have Bank of Industry that will lend to industrialists, lend to innovators like you. Have Bank of Agriculture, lend to real farmers. The two biggest banks should be, or three should be Bank of Agriculture, Bank of Industry, Bank of Infrastructure. These are what it is in other countries. But it's not. And this is where we must go. We must build a new Nigeria that works for everybody. Look at you, Obama. Look at today, what we are getting in Lagos, in Ogun State. There's so many things. You go to Ibadan, yes, the governor is trying whatever he can do, but things can be done better if federal government comes in with a mind, look at the population, look at everything. we can turn all our population into gain the way Indonesia or other countries like our size have been able to do. But it used to be a exemplary place where people come to, for academics, for medical, for everything. It's a shadow of itself.
Thank you very much, sir. Thank you. All right, 99% for press, please. If you're up here, you want to please let's try and make sure it's questions you're asking because if we have pleasantries for Mr. Peter, you can put it up on the comment section. It helps us that we don't lose this opportunity. The next time we'll have him here is 2 months from now, so it's important we ask him questions that have nothing to do with the judiciary, please. Very, very important. Thank you. And that's for press. You have the minute, please.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Dan. Um, Good evening, Your Excellency.
Good
I'm
evening.
happy to be on this place with you today. Yeah, my question will border on security. You talked extensively about oil theft in the past, and you said openly to Nigerians that oil cannot be stolen by other individuals. And recently, we've seen where the government claimed that 2 vessels have been apprehended. Oil theft vessels have been apprehended. My question is, if you are the president, would you have ascribed to this idea of destroying evidence while investigation is still ongoing? Because um, we, we saw them destroy two we saw them destroy 2 vessels without telling us the real owners of those vessels. They
I
only
answered
brought out
I answered that question earlier. I said,
oh,
not just that without telling us the owner. They say one has been operating for 12 years. 12 years. So you have been stealing oil for 12 years. And nobody told us, and that one was carrying 800,000 barrels. So assuming he carries only, and it's, assuming he carries only one, he goes only 1 trip a year. It's times, he has carried almost 100,000, sorry, he has carried almost 100 million barrels because if he says 100,000, which is almost 1 million, it's done 12 million. It's not, I mean, it's going 1 trip a year, 1 trip with 800,000, which is like a million. So it's done 12 million barrels over the past 12 years. And nobody was able to explain to us, like you said, who is the owner, who are those involved, and everything. But at the end of the day, these are issues we need to do. These are things we need to come up with. We must do things differently. I told you before, the ordinary individuals don't steal oil. It is important that we understand it. People who steal oil are people who have something to do with government. Not you, not me. Thank you.
Thank you very much, sir. Thank you. All right, let me bring
But
you
you told
now.
me it's going to be only 2 hours.
Yes, sir. Sir, you have 2 more questions. Sorry, please. I know. Sorry, please, sir. Very please. I have broken my own. You see, I said something before the space started that I'm not keeping. I don't keep to my word. You keep to your word. I don't keep to my word, sir. So please, forgive me. Spotlight, you have the space. Please, in 1 minute, please ask the question. Please, thank you. Sir, please, our birthday is next week, so you can also wish a happy birthday. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Adam. Good evening, Your Excellency. It's really a big honor for me to speak to you today. You are like a course that every Nigerian should study. And for me, that's why I've been with you before you came out for this presidency. So my question today would border around our elected officials or representatives under the Labour Party. Because for me, why I really adore you is because of the values that you represent. Because you came up at a time when Nigerians were really unsure of what
to do with themselves in terms of what to believe in and how to behave. You really reset a lot of mind, shifted a lot of paradigms and the way people think and behave. So now that we have some elected representatives under the Labour Party, how are you ensuring that every one of them actually has also become like you? I know that we are all unique, but there are some things that are very unique to this movement in terms of transparency, honesty, competence, and all of that. How are we sure that they will also represent us in that same light in our national assemblies, and of course across all the states? How are you making sure that we have not just one Peter Obi, but a constellation of stars, a million Peter Obis with their unique identities, also doing the right thing in their various sectors? Thank you.
My sister, I have to beg you. My leader told me that I'll join you in these prayers. I'm praying for them. That's all I can tell you. I'm praying for them to understand that they will be voted in because people believe that Labour is the new movement. But I have to respect my late leader. He told me that you don't know a man or don't know a person until you give him money and power. If he remains the same person, then it's you know him. So I'm praying for them. In a difficult Nigeria, it's difficult equally for them, but I'm praying for them. But I'm saying to you that I know what I'm going to do to get all this to work differently. When I went to Anambra State, it wasn't easy for me. And because of it, I don't get people to say, oh, everybody will be the same. We're trying to. That's why I told you people to get involved. The more we see all of you get involved, the more we see, you know what it means in my life for me to see people like you, Saddam, Ibrahim, David, everybody speaking out. You know, if I see anything that coming from David, I want to read it because I know. Oh, and I say, it's young man. So it's going to change. It's going to change. It's a gradual process. We might not get it overnight, but I assure you, you know, it will change. The rest assured. You know, there's two questions people keep asking me. I don't want to close this that because everybody, you know, as they're bothering you, they're all over the place in my deeds and say, oh, you don't want to comment. You are avoiding it. You don't want to comment about IPOB and what they're doing in the Southeast because you don't want to be involved in it. This is I want to tell everybody, I've said it before, all agitations, all agitators, if I had succeeded, I would have ensured that I meet with them and they tell me what the reason. People have right to agitate and we have right to talk and be able to come to a reasonable conclusion. I've said it, I condemn in its entirety the issue of sit at home in the Southeast. It shouldn't be. And I thank the governors that are coming up now and saying shouldn't be. I've even come out on Monday on the street. And I've said it before that it is no longer an IPOB issue because they repeatedly said we have stopped it. And with this issue, the other is now turned into a criminal thing and should be dealt with as a criminal thing. And I said, oh, as far as I'm concerned, those people who operate are criminal and it shouldn't be. And I urge the government and leaders of that to deal with it as it deserves. That's my position. People ask me questions about answers and what happens. And I say, categorically. It's one of those sorry and very regrettable things that happened in Nigeria. And I urge Lagos State and government who have tried even setting up a panel and everything to come out transparently and deal with that issue, and where it's possible, if the government is wrong, come out and own it, apologize, ameliorate, compensate adequately, and assure them that it will not happen again. There's nothing shy of doing this. Things go wrong. We take wrong decisions. We should be able to own up and apologize that we were wrong. As the people will say, oh, it happened in Ezu River when you were in government. I was abroad. I cut down my trip to come back. The other day I went to Jos, a mango, where 327 people died. For God's sake, the government should start doing things properly. Only about 280 or 288 people died in India, train crash. Modi as the prime minister, shot his trip and went there. We should, even when it is a mistake of the government, we kneel down and beg people and apologize. It is nothing, there's nothing in it. Government makes mistake. We can apologize and beg. With that, we have a final closure to it. But we must be transparent and accept our own negligence and do what is appropriate in it. That's not what I stand for. I don't know it all. Where I'm wrong, I say I'm sorry. You can ask all the people who work with me, who are around me, whether it's Aisha, whether it's Nakazaru, whether it's Tanko, whether it's Ibrahim. I tell you, every day I say to them, I'm sorry. Because I'm a human being. I make mistakes. I say sorry to my children. I say sorry to my wife every now and then, you know, so that we can have peace and have equality. We can have a country. Every day I feel a pain where our leaders, those of us who are leaders, do not care about the suffering of the people, even for the life we live. Our children live in a better life, a better distance. All the northern Nigerian is asking us to do is to make them feel a sense of being human. And we can give it. And that's what we require to give them. That's the least we can do.
Thank you very much, sir. Thank you very much, sir. So we're going to just wrap up with the speakers up here, and it will be unfair if you can just take these 3 minutes, these questions. I think I'll allow them ask their questions back to back, so you respond to all of them. Then you can give us your final parting shot. Thank you for your sacrifice for your time. We agreed on 2 hours, maximum 2 hours, 30 minutes, and I said I will not push it beyond 3 hours, and I have done that. So sorry, sir, but please do. I apologize to you. A big on apologies, non apology too, please. So I think I'll just allow these 3 speakers ask you back to back to back. Then you can wrap up with their questions, and at the same time, you can give us your final parting words, and we'll be seeing you again in 2 months' time, God's willing. So I'll allow these 3 speakers ask you back to back. My brother, Magnific, good evening. You have the space. Please, may make questions. Dan, then distinguish Oluchi 1 minute. Dan Juma 1 minute. In 3 minutes, let's wrap this up. And we'll be having reactions, my brothers and sisters on the platform. We are not ending the space. We'll have a reaction back on what we have listened to today. Thank you. Magnificent.
Okay, thank you very much, Alexa. Your Excellency, good evening, sir.
Good evening, my brother.
Yes, sir. I think maybe they must have asked the question because I didn't really join on time. But before I ask the question, I really want to say this. We obedient, we don't like the word if. Sir, please, it has to be when you assume that position as the president. It's not if. Please, you will get it. It is your mandate. It is our mandate. We voted for you, and you will get it. So we believe in it, and that's why we're doing this, and that's why we're here with you. Let me go to my question real quick. How do you intend to implement a zero tolerance of corruption in all government parastatals? Because personally, I know those government parastatals, that is where corruption at its highest order is in Nigeria. So how do you intend to curb that? I mean, I know you've been talking about corruption, but those places needs to be seriously dealt with. So please, can you give me like a brief answer?
The first thing
Do you
is that
want to take my wife?
okay, no problem. Corruption.
Okay,
Yes.
yeah. So, and distinguish, have the space, please.
Good evening, Your Excellency. Thank you for the opportunity to again, sir. My question is, given the reality in Nigeria right now, I strongly feel that your inauguration is near.
I'm not hearing anything again.
Oh, can anyone hear me?
I can hear you. I can go ahead. Let's see. Just speak, sir. Can you hear me?
Sir, can you hear me? Uh-oh.
All right, distinguished mute. Sir, can you hear me?
I can hear you, David. I can hear you, Saddam.
Distinguished, please ask your question. Let me see if he can. Then I'll ask him for you. Go on.
Okay. My question is, given the reality in Nigeria right now, I strongly feel that your inauguration is near, and I'm very excited about that. So I am going to say right here, congratulations in advance. I know people might think, oh, it's too early, but I don't care. I'm going to congratulate you for a job well done. Now, my question is, what are the things you plan to do within your first 7 days in office as the president of Nigeria? Because things have changed since the February 25th election, and I'm sure people would like to know how you're gonna, get things rolling as soon as you become the president. Thank you.
Did you hear that?
No.
All right, that's the question is, what are you going to do in your first 7 days in office? She wants to congratulate you already for being the next president. What you're going to do in 7 days, your first 7 days in office. All right, let's take the last question. Dan Juma, are they able to
Thank you so much, Mr. Saddam, and very thank to His Excellency Mr. PeterObi, the man of the moment. Yeah, I'm coming in from the state notice, and the last time I think I had a handshake with His Excellency when he came down for the rally, looking forward to the inauguration day for another handshake if possible. Now, my question rather is, I think, against the background of.
I'm not hearing again.
I'm going to ask the question. Dan Juma, go on, please.
Oh, all right. So against the background of the way things have been going, especially the industry of bigotry, and how it has affected everyone and landed us into where we are right now. Any special arrangement that His Excellency would have towards reworking the Nigerian institution, where that it's going to be very.
Danjuma, we have lost you. We have lost you. But Danjuma is
Hello, am I audible?
Okay, please go on.
Yeah,
Danjuma,
so
we lost you, but go on.
without too much taking of his time, is I think what has His Excellency got to offer Nigerians, especially with this level of high bigotry that has landed us into where we are, it's not likely to leave us. So please, do we even have any maybe move towards arrangement for the Nigerian part on what has His Excellency got to offer Nigerians, especially with this level of high bigotry that has left.
I think I have to mute you, Danjuma. Sir, if you can unmute your mic, sir, now, please. I just muted you. Please unmute your mic.
Okay.
Danjuma was asking about he's one of your strong supporters from Gombe State. He said he met you during the rallies, and hopefully he wants to see make another presidential handshake during your inauguration. He's asking about bigotry. what you have to do, what I think you addressed it earlier on, but if you could just in your parting shot talk about the huge divide has been created during this political season. It's asking about what are your plans in unifying Nigerians again. So with these few questions, I think you can answer from the corruption, to what you're going to do in 7 days, the bigotry, and you can give Nigerians final thoughts. Thank you very much. Good evening. Thank you.
My take on corruption is very simple. If you, who is principal person, is not involved, your family and those around you are not involved, you reduce it by 70, call it 50%. Then you have a zero tolerance, not chasing people who did it before, but from the day you start, whoever is involved must be dealt with within the law, must, no matter who. And you have to show example by ensuring that you maintain what you say, remain consistent. I said it as the governor for 8 years. It was not a saintly government, but I can categorically say we knew where our resources were. We knew where things are going wrong, and we dealt with it decisively. We can do it at national level. All those things people are saying is not true. It can be followed and followed decisively. And once people see you're not doing it, they'll run for cover. What I'm going to do in 7 days, I don't know, except that Nigerians will start seeing that there's a need for governance to be by example in terms of character of the government, behavior of the government, and things that are happening. Announcements will be done properly. And of course, in 7 days, I should have been able to speak to Nigerians like I'm speaking now, where they'll take hours and narrate their problems, and we'll be able to listen to them and know which way to go. In terms of unifying Nigeria, I said it's not a difficult thing. It is a question of sacrifice. Without doing the right thing. Nigerians are united. It is the politicians and the elites in Nigeria that are divided. And they deliberately did it so because the more divided we are, the better for them. And that is why they want to keep it power. It is because they cannot compete in terms of character, competence, and other competitive criteria. They want to now compete by dividing us. We are one united in Nigeria. We're going to focus. If I have opportunity, I will tell every Nigeria, we must bring the love, we must bring the care and everything. And that is why when people say to me, oh, we're going to do this. No, we will remain calm amidst all provocation. We will remain calm no matter what they do to us. I've always said to people, we're not going to pull Nigeria down, even if anything happens. No, we will remain calm. We will do the right things. I urge all of you to always remember, we have no other country except this one. We will build it for our children. We're not going to build it by tearing it down. We're not going to build it by rioting. We're not going to do it by calling people bad names. We're not going to do it by encourage each of them. Where they show you hatred, show them love. Where they go scandalize your name, please give them good name. Always remain a reference point. Remain exemplary. People have told me all sorts of things. People have said to me, if they've called me names, they've called me president of mourning, president of condolence, president of, and I've written them back and said, oh, He's always going to where there's burial. Always going to burials. He doesn't even go to where there's feasting. And I always tell them it is better to go to the house of mourning than go to the house of feasting. It is this attitude that makes you a human being. When you attend burials, you know that this life is so temporal. It's what makes you a human being. You know that all those things you're acquiring, you don't need them. You should not acquire them. Especially when you acquire them wrongly. Those things will not last. It will not save you. So better use those things to help humanity. When you're giving public money to manage it transparently. It is for benefit of public and everything. Stay with people who are in difficulty. Don't push people down. Don't look down on anybody unless you're going to pull the person up. Let us pull each other up. Let us stay with each other. Let us show love to ourselves and show that we're a country where people live and can live together, irrespective of their tribe. All of us are suffering. The North is suffering. Southwest is suffering. Southeast is suffering. Nobody today, like I said before, buys bread cheaper. We're all in it together. And if we work hard, the bread will come cheaper for everybody. The roads will be good for everyone. Lagos Ibadan road will be good. Enugu Onitsha road will be good. Abuja Kaduna road will be good. Kaduna, all the roads will be good. If we do the right things, we'll travel together. I used to travel to London only to one airport, Kano Airport. I want to go back traveling like that. I want people to come to Port Harcourt because they want to do business, do their business and go. We can build a better country. In India, it's too loud. But today, people in Delhi are okay. People in Mumbai, people in all over India live well. And they're doing things they want to do. The same thing in Indonesia. Yeah, go to Bali, people are okay. People are okay in Jakarta, people are okay in other areas of the country. That's what it should be. Ours should not be a case of, oh, I'm from here. Yeah, but the other people should jump into the river. They shouldn't jump into the river. There's no color. There's no difference between a Yoruba man who is carrying a green passport and an Igbo man who is carrying a green passport. We are all the same. Our children grew up in the same society. We must not divide them. We must live with them. And that's what I beg everybody. So everything I do, I showed you about this Jamaican who I live with in a flat. He was a mother. He cared for everybody. We didn't know, we didn't know her as a Yoruba woman. I know her as mommy. My wife call her mommy. My children call her mommy. When we heard he died, everybody was feeling bad. On Thursday, I canceled everything I'm doing to go for a burial. She's been buried in London. My wife, my family, everybody will be there. So that's what we should do. That's how we should live. We shouldn't live where you say, oh, I shine from this place, I shine from there, and everything. No, it is one Nigeria. Let's be one. Let's respect each other. If David has problem, we have problem. Those people who are living in IDP camp in Nigeria are us. They are living through us. Unless they go back to their villages, unless they go back to where they belong, all of us are in IDP camp. Anybody who tells you is happy when other people are suffering is an animal. Anybody who is eating and are happy when people are hungry is an animal. Nigeria must be careful and we must be better than Nigeria. God bless all of you. Bless Nigeria. Bless all those who work in it, all those who are trying to make it different. Please do not give up. Remain resolute, resilient. We will win eventually. God bless.
Thank you very much, sir. Thank you very much. Thank you very much, sir. Thank you so much. Thank you. It's been an amazing 3 hours plus with you on the platform. And when you said I said on space. Time flies like you don't even know. Thank you, sir. I wish people are here. They want you to go on, but we cannot abuse this privilege. We don't see politicians come out here. So when we get one like this, we have to make use of it. Thank you, sir, for spending your time with us. This is on behalf of the whole PowerFX team and crew and the whole body that has made this possible. Thank you so much for honoring us. Thank you for honoring the obedient movement. Thank you for honoring Nigerians, well-named Nigerians by coming out today to speak to us. We have heard you loud and clear. I think the sound bites from this space are eternal. We can always stick and use them for the next months. Hopefully, we'll see again in 2 months' time from now. But for us here, you can go and
It's an agreement.
it's an agreement. An agreement is an agreement. But for politicians, it's not like that. But for you, it's different.
No, not true. It's an agreement.
All right.
Thank you.
Very much, sir. Thank you for this time. Thank you. God bless
Thank
you, sir. Stay safe.
Thank
Our regards to the family. Our regards to Dati. We're expecting to see Dati. Please put him on the call. Let him know that Nigerians want to speak to him too.
Thank you, David. I'm going to run now. Thank you.
Run away, run away, run away.
Saddam, please, you need to give your love emoji, man. Let's give him a sounding love emoji across board, man. This is awesome. Yeah, please, everybody, let's show some love to this man, man. Please, this is.
Thank you very much, my brother. Thank you, guys. Thank you. It's been an amazing space with all of you on the platform. I think we'll have probably, I don't know, can we go for 10, 20, 30 minutes reactions on the space? I would love to hear what you guys think, what you guys want to say. If you want us to go as fast as please, before we go on, if you're a journalist and you love journalism and you're a student or you're a fresh graduate, please, in fact, if you're a writer, just reach out to the PowerFX team up on the Jumbo train. You're going to see we are building an amazing powerhouse of young Nigerian journalists that are about to take this country by storm. If you believe you can do something to help build this Nigeria through this platform, please give us a shout out and send us an email at info@powerfax.com. It's up on the jumbotron, the flyers up there. And also, please, I just want to say this: we are on Facebook, Instagram, YouTube. Thank you to all of you listening to us across all those platforms. We saw your questions, we read your questions, and many questions we did not ask is because we tried to make sure we covered all aspects of your questions. So if you had questions from the health sector, he answered health sector, from the security sector, he answered variety of questions. So it's important and we understand this. So thank you to every single one of you. We're going to open up the space right now for all of you. We have over 100 requests. We'll be bringing up everybody that you want to speak. You want to say something as a reaction to the space, please come up and have the space to speak. Thank you very much, my brother TV. Thank you, Ibrahim. Thank you, Otuma. Thank you, N6. Thank you to the amazing team that is behind the scene. God bless every single one of you. Riri, Joel Obedient, thank you so much. All right, let's circle back to our amazing. Let me bring a new set of speakers up right now. General, only you answer up. I think I'll start with you. Then
Oh,
we will circle right.
Saddam,
Thank you.
Saddam, my enemy is at work today. Oh, I am so inconsolable. All the witches and wizards in Nigeria decided to cut off my own moment of asking questions. Oh, it's so heartbreaking. I can't take it anymore. That is all I want to say. Thank you.
Ah,
Don't worry. There's always
Somebody should
another
console
time.
me. I beg nobody should tell me it's not the same thing. Saddam, that's Saddam's question. Oh, my own question. Nobody did not hear it. Oh, I can't sleep tonight. My heart is killing me.
Please, Sleepy Queen, Sleepy Queen will help you, but just understand that you heard your questions through. So please, you have to hold your village people responsible. Sorry about that. All right, I see my big bro Balami is in the building. Mr. Balami, good evening. How are you doing today, sir?
I'm fine, and good evening, the obedient family worldwide. Pleasure to be here.
Are you just joining us or you've been here all through this?
No, I've been here. I've just been listening.
What do you think? And what do you have to tell us about it? What do you think was it? Was it what 30 hours? Did you want him to go on? What do you think? What's your takeaway from the space today, sir? Go on, please.
You know, as usual, Theo is always a pleasure listening to him for, as long as possible. You know, people don't get tired because he's loaded. He have the solutions. He knows what the problems are, and he's always on point. So it's unfortunate. He's human. He has other commitments. There's no way we can keep him on this platform forever. So he has to go so that he can face other issues. But again, excellent. Always a pleasure listening to my principal. But I will just say this here. I want to thank everybody for the resilience despite all the challenges. In the last couple of weeks, I've taken time to call few of our faithful obedience followers, and I'm still calling people. A lot of sacrifices have been made. We've gone through a lot together, and we all know what it is now. It's not easy for our brothers and our sisters living in the diaspora. It's even worse for us here now living in Nigeria. But we are hopeful that very, very soon, God will answer all our prayers. But let me just make a small recommendation, or let me just advise that the only way we can survive this period now is if you are here as an obedient and you know one or two resourceful person, whether in the diaspora or in Nigeria, in your local government, village, in your estate, any obedient who has done so much and believes in this vision, let's reach out to each other and support each other in this fine moment. Nigeria is tough right now. Some people call, they can't even get money to even eat. Some can't even buy fuel. And things will get worse until God gives us the opportunity for PO and that to come in and begin to, do things properly. But until then, let's watch each other's back. Let's be there for each other. Let's support each other because some of us, God has blessed us, and don't just say because you're doing well, people are not. I mean, people are going through a lot. So this is just my advice, and this will keep us together. This will, create more bond and make us stronger to fight the battle ahead. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Dr. Mr. Lamy. Thank you. Please, I think well in Nigeria is okay. Okay, thank you. All right, Dan Bruno, are you here? Can you hear me, sir?
Yeah, good evening. I can hear you guys. So I came here with a question, but unfortunately, our principal is already done. So
Why didn't you send your questions down, Bruno? We have so many means of sending questions. We said use the hashtag, write the question down, and I would have read it for you, my brother. Why?
so maybe next time. I tried, but help. So I didn't get the opportunity. So unfortunately, today again. So maybe next time.
Please, sorry, please. Next time, please. Thank you. Thank you.
No, Allah.
All right, Mungodi. All right, Liberty, you have the space now. Good evening. Liberty, can you hear me?
Hey, it's my brother. Yeah, I can. Can you hear me now?
Yeah, go ahead.
Sorry, Jaris. I had the call come through, so that's what interrupted me. I had to cut it off. Anyway, Saddam, thank you. I know, and everybody who has put this together, well done. Mommy, I can't talk to you now.
Wow.
Okay, is it just me? I think we are losing now. Okay.
I think she's on the call with her mom, so probably let's take someone else. Please, but answer her. It could be a very important call. Please, it's important. All right, we'll come back to you, ma. MJ Stark, you have the space. Good evening.
Salam, good evening, my brother, and good evening, every other person on the space. Wow, that was something. It's always lovely, listening to Mr. PeterObi speak, but this was, amazing as always. And there are so many takeaways from this particular space. He was giving, on and on and on, and there are so many things to actually recollect on. Well, for me, what stood out the most is when he stated that there is no country or nobody, literally, that's going to recognize you or treat you nicely if you cannot treat yourself nicely. That is to say, if you don't put yourself in order, you don't put your own house in order, no one is going to respect you. And that is the biggest problem we have today. So I'm very, very excited. I mean, I've been more than energized by this particular space, and I love the synergy. You guys, the host and the co-host, you handled it very well. Kudos to every single one of you. And yeah, more to come. I'll just keep listening on. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. One another, please go on, please.
Yeah. Okay. All right. Thank you very much. MP. All right. Please, if you can speak, just a short round up. I mean, we're just trying to round up, and we're trying to get reaction. So, I mean, whatever you had on the space that caught you, those kind of statements, and you can do that in way less than 2 minutes or 1 minute. So we can take as many people. All right, Liberty, I'm sure you're back now. Please go ahead.
Yeah, I'm sorry, guys. It was my cousin. Sorry. Anyway, we are with my children, Saddam and the crew. Well done on what you've done. I'm sure it must have been really difficult to accommodate everybody. Yes, there are other questions as well security related. I'm sure at the next opportunity, you will cover those. Please take note of them. And also, please give us small men opportunity to talk to you when it comes next, because some of us, every time I'm on your space, I've never had the opportunity. I'm sure there are others like me. So take notes, please. Spread it out. Thank you. But well done, guys. What you guys are doing is fantastic. You brought us all here. For me, the notable quote I'm going to go with, from listening today to PO, is the one about where your country will not support you as an inventor because Nigeria is a corrupt country. I think for me, that is what I'm taking to the bank. So it's very clear. I'm sure they're all listening. The Agbado people and the Agbado brain, we all know they are not capable of giving what they do not have. So no matter how hard they try, you know, a leopard will never change sport. So that is why we will get our mandate back. Thank you guys. I really appreciate all the effort you guys are doing. Well done. And I yield the mic.
All right. Thank you very much, Lady Liberty Champion. Thank you. All right, quickly, let's just go straight to Call Me Legend.
Okay. Good evening, my fellow obedience. I'm not going to name Saddam and all those who coordinate it. I want to talk to Peter because I know he's still listening. Daddy, I'm the last born of this house. Now means we flow for everybody to gather. If it will take next time, because I know in the next 2 months, if probably you will be here, Daddy. You are listening, no, Daddy. Probably you will be the president by then. You might not have time to be here. But if you now have opportunity to be here, if it is for Saddam to come down, for me to talk to you, Daddy, I want to be on this space with you. Saddam, better take note now, because I have something important. Daddy, every time you speak to Saddam, so tell him to come down. For me to come and talk to him. And you did my great job, guys. I love you.
All right. Apologies. Call me. And apologies to everybody. I can bet you, Saddam is not seeing all the requests. Saddam, I know you thought you have been seeing 100 requests. There are people that requested that you are not seeing. Those people keep showing up because, I mean, number doesn't change. And I think Peter just asked this thing that doesn't go over 100. So apologies to everybody. All right, quickly, let's go to $1 million game.
All right, good evening, everyone. Can you hear me, please?
Yeah, go on.
Okay, great space, guys. In fact, personally speaking, I think we did way better than the last 2 months because the other time we spent like over an hour getting PO on the space, technical issues. But today, 6 o'clock, we already had him on the space, and everybody could see that it was live. And thanks to him, he honored the time. And the arrangement of the space too, the fact that we constructed, you guys constructed questions ahead of time, really made us touch all the sectors. If you look insightfully, we touched agriculture, education, security, in fact, even the transportation sector. So honestly, guys, brilliant space. I think even an outsider, an Abadorian listening today has learned a lot because it was more or less like he was not just talking to us, he was talking to everybody worldwide and telling them what he would have done if he got his mandate, if and when he gets his mandate. So thank you very much, guys. I know others did not get to talk, but I would just encourage us to keep on, structuring questions like this, and let's hopefully next time we get more time. And I'm certain that next time, in fact, we have gotten our mandate, and we won't be talking about this what if. When we'll be talking about, oh yeah, how do we do it right now? That's what's up, guys. Thank you very much. I really appreciate my time here. Thank you, guys. Have a nice one.
All right, thank you very much. Let me apologize to our YouTube listeners, our Facebook listeners. I know at some points there were different breaks. So please we apologize for that, because I don't want to say the word that NX uses. So we had some technical challenges.
And also to say that it will be restreamed also on those platforms, please. So you can always go back there and replay it again from afresh. Thank you, please.
Yeah.
Well, back to you.
Yeah. All right, quickly, please be in the speaker section. You want to speak? You can raise your hand so we can just quickly more people. IJ, please quickly go ahead.
Hi, thank you so much, Woman in Nigeria, and thank you, Professor Saddam. Today's space was just fantastic. I just want to say, obedience, we really are the lucky ones. We are very privileged. And we have someone that is very precious. For all of us that are here today that believe in the same goal, we believe we can save this country. Just imagine that we have somebody like PO. I listened to PO today, and oftentimes I ask myself, what could a PO do in many other countries? Like, I mean, Nigeria, we don't even know what we have with us. You can imagine a PO in some other countries that are really, really looking for good leaders. It's just a lot. And then I tell myself, when we get our PO, a lot of countries are going to be jealous of us, maybe not even because of what we're going to achieve, but just because we have a man that so many other countries cannot even boast of having. I mean, there are so many POs, obviously, but how many of them really want to dive into the dirtiness of politics and to put themselves in a position where they will be, dehumanized by other people? But he's doing that. He's not even, I mean, this guy is taking all sorts of bullets because of us. And there are so many who has the same character like he does, but not a lot of people want to do what he's doing. So we are really privileged and lucky to have him. A lot of what he said today got me very emotional actually. And I was telling myself, P.O. is really a very, very, very good man. If there's anything we want to take away as obedience, it's for us to search within ourselves and ask ourselves, what can we do? How can we emulate this man in his character and his kind of personality? If we even take just a little bit of PO into our own individual lives, believe me, there will be a lot of well-meaning Nigerians all over wherever you find ourselves. And we'll be able to lift up many other Nigerians out of poverty and hardship. But again, it has to start with us. We can look inwards, try to become somebody that is better, and try to create a country that is good for us. Our leaders may not have it best, but as a people, we can do better. So I mean, again, I'm just very happy that I'm here. His last parting word was really one that was very strong when he said, "If you're hungry, if you are eating and people are starving or hungry, you're an animal." I mean, think about that. If you're happy that somebody else is starving or suffering, you are just an animal. I mean, is there any other way to even put it? I mean, it's just crazy. But again, thank you guys, everybody that is here. This was a very wonderful space, and I hope we get him. Thank you.
All right, thank you very much. I quickly on behalf of our sister platform, I know a lot of you know of the violence space. On behalf of our sister platform, the violence space, and this for the creative. Please and please, if you're creative, you're an artist, a skit maker, a spoken word person. There's a current challenge going on. It's called the hashtag violence based JOT challenge. Hashtag violence based challenge. You can check it out and see what it's about. It's about saying and in solidarity of the judiciary and of the ongoing presidential election petition trial. And there's a prize award for each category for the music category. There's a prize award for both first, second, and third. If you check it out, you see the prize award, and it's something very, very compensating. We're supposed to have the finale today, but because of the space today, we're not able to do that. So lucky you if you've not heard of it. We have 1 week to still participate. And within a week, we might be coming up with a voting how we are going to get our winners and all that. So just watch out, follow our violence space as well, and know all about that. So please try creative, hit the studio, get your camera, record a song, record a speech, speaking a message directly to the Nigerian judiciary and telling them to do the right thing and save Nigerian democracy. All right, quickly, let me just take our big uncle here, Mr. Babatunde Badamosi. Please go ahead.
Good evening, everybody. MIS Adam, IJ, well-meaning Nigerian. You all did really, really well today. I have to congratulate you for a really successful and seamless program. Two things stood out in all that was said for me. First one was Bill's reference to Nigeria's geographical position in the center of Africa, because it's true, if you draw a concentric circle around the African continent, you'll find that Nigeria is more or less in the middle. This was why some time back, when I was involved in partisan politics, one of the things that I mentioned that I would like to do was to implement the idea of a second airport for Lagos and to spend money, because I looked at Singapore, population of 5.8 million people, on a land space about 20% of the size of Lagos. And they have the world's best airline with no oil, no natural resources, nothing, just fantastic management and trade based on their geographical location between the Far East and the Middle East. And I looked at Lagos and thought, okay, we're bang in the middle as well of Africa. So that gives us, when PeterObi mentioned that tonight, I was like, okay, so I'm not the only one thinking in this direction. That's the first thing. Second one was a statement made by my good younger brother, Isaac Talami, that is going to get worse. I think that might have flown over the heads of many people, and we need to be very mindful of it. It is going to get worse. Things are going to get worse before they get better. Even when Mr. PeterObi takes over, it's going to take a while, a few months, for him to understand the depth of the damage that's been done over the last 8 years. I mean, think of this. It takes seconds to destroy anything, but it takes a lot of effort and a lot more time to build. Now, these guys have had 8 years to destroy anything that came before them, and they've done that quite comprehensively. So, like Isaac said, all obedience should look out for one another. Be your brother's keeper, be your sister's keeper. Look out for people and do what you can to help, because times are going to get really tough. If you think it's bad now, wait. So once again, I want to thank everyone that's been involved in the planning of this event. And, you all did well. And I hope that it will continue as we go on, even into the new incoming administration. I yield the mic.
Thank you very much, sir. I like the sound of incoming administration. This is just intervention.
1 minute, real quick. Sorry to interrupt you. Sir, I know you've not been feeling too good. I know you've been under the weather for some time. How are you doing, sir? Let's start with checking in with you and hope you're much better. Please, we'll continue to keep you in prayers and we hope you get well really soon.
I'm very thankful. I'm a lot better now. Thank you. I've improved considerably, and I keep improving every day. Thank you.
All right. Thank you very much, sir. Thank you. All right, quickly, let's go to Mr. Steven, after which we come to Mr. Steven.
Thank you, Domo. Salam, Parlifax, you guys are something else. This is record breaking, which is to everybody. They say records are made. You keep shattering the records. Saddam, I don't know what other records you guys want to break, but again, I am the most proud obedient there is. I am so grateful for giving us PO. And listening to him from the beginning was just sleepless. I had meetings I had to cancel. Someone was like, "Ah, you're supposed to meet us by now." I said, "POD 2 times. Say, make I miss you." You know what they talk. So thank you for doing this. So proud of what struck me was when he said we have to get involved. Adam, you know, that one will cost me because I'm already involved. Again, I'm running for a position in Edo State in 2024, which I'm not campaigning yet, but I'm just saying it. It's not a campaign I used to be. We must all get involved, please. I think if we want to take something away, this movement is going to be greater if by 2027 everyone on this space is running for something. I don't care whether I'm a market woman or lodger. We must get involved. I've been away for a little bit, but now I'm in Nigeria and I can see around. Nigeria needs the diaspora and those on the ground obedience to build it. This country is a hollow ground. It's finished. I was telling someone just to get a flight from one place to another. I wanted to go to Port Harcourt from Benin. I had to go to Lagos to connect Port Harcourt because there's no direct flight. And I get to Benin Airport, I'm like, what nonsense is this? This country doesn't work. You cannot plan. I need to be in Abuja by 9. Better plan to go there a day before, or they will cancel your flight. Your bus driver will fail. Your Uber. Nothing is working here. I'm like a crazy person. It works. You can miss appointments. I don't know how people do it. This is a country that demands its best to come back home and build it. I'm down here and I want to encourage every obedient. Please, if there's any takeaway today, do what P.O. has done. We love him so much, but do what he has done. Come back and let's build this damn country. We are better than this. This is crazy what is happening in Nigeria. I'm so glad that P.O. is there encouraging us, but if you hear him right, say you guys need to take us away and come and build this country. That's my takeaway. Please join politics. It's not dirty. If it's dirty, get a mop, get a bucket. Let's clean it up. Thank you, Saddam. Thank you, everyone. All
right. Thank you very much, Mr. Kulu. Thank you very much. Okay, quickly, let's go to Madonna, then come to Barrister Juliet.
Wow, 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 wow. Ha. Yes, Saddam. I'm so excited. I know that Saddam is getting like a baby now. All of you guys that put today's program in place. I just want to give you all of you flowers. You did wonderfully well. Thank God, Mox, I had our letter. He read our tweet because we told him that Odogu will be passing through the street today. I should make sure that all the potholes are filled because there will be heavy traffic. And that was exactly what happened. And we are going to do it once more.
He has said the traffic against you.
So you see, Pio said, lead by example. He said, if you, as president, you, your wife, your children, and those that are close to you, they are not corrupt. You must have solved the corruption problem in Nigeria by 60 to 70%. I yield the mic.
All right. Thank you very much, Madonna. All right, quickly, Barrister Juliet.
Good evening, everyone. Good evening. Good evening. I know it's cold names, but good evening to everyone on the space. I must say this, that I'm so happy, elated at this space. Thank you, Sada. Thank you to your team. During back then during the campaign, there was just one thing I said: please do not stop this media engagement. The most powerful tool to entrenching values in the minds of people and in the particular mindset is by media. Media is the most powerful. And trust me, there is nobody that is going to undermine this kind of space. No one, like no one, because you've broken out of the conventional media and you've set out this community for us to all share ideas. So for me, I'm proud and God bless you all. I was looking through the comment section. I saw a comment that almost had 2,000 likes when she said her sick father was just tuned in to watch this particular space. I think that's remarkable and that's one of the beauty of this community. One thing that stood out for me, one of the reaction was the fact that PO actually referred back to collective action. I was so glad earlier this week there was a call to join Labour. I'm not saying Labour is the best person because honestly speaking, I was in a program recently and all I was hearing is that all the aspirants are already bringing money. We already have the list of some aspirants and we're only going to bring out for those who have brought behind money, and I was shocked.
So is this what the particular party in question we're talking about is actually doing, looking out for those with the highest pocket, not even looking out for their capacity and what they can do. So this is actually a call for action to every mini Nigerian to actually go in there, have conversations. Those conversations you cannot have in your religious houses. You know what a political party does for you? It gives you that mind so that is to actually have those conversations. So coming back to what PO says, collective action, go back, join the party, build it, it's all in our hands. And it's just the future is about is starting now, and together we're going to take Nigeria forward. Thank God for PO, because one thing Nigeria has not had is a person who will continue to stand in the gap of leadership. And we're not just looking for one person, we're looking for many other persons. But one person who will stand in the gap of leadership and serve as a source of inspiration. Now we know Nigeria identity is building up. It hasn't built up in all its entirety, but through the conversations we are hearing from PO, the restatement of every of what he believes in. Gradually, everybody already know our identity is commitment, our identity is service, our identity is love, our identity is humanity. There are so many things, and I know we are all clever enough to pick those things and to get it running. And I know the future is going to be bright for everyone. Thank you once again. God bless you all.
All right, thank you very much, Mr. Juliet. All right, quickly, please, guys. Let's do less than 2 minutes. I don't want to see 1 minute. You can just 1 minute so that we can take a lot of people. The request numbers are not changing. Like some people had requested since, and it's now coming from. So please, apologies to everybody. JR, after we go to personal finance matters.
Hello, good evening, everyone. Good evening, Obedience. Thank you, Parallel Facts, for hosting this talk tonight. God bless you, man. You don't know how much hope you're bringing back to Nigerians. So straight to what I want to say. Nigerians, I want us to know something. Our biggest weakness now our diversity, but our biggest strength now still that diversity. How we go use them? Are we going to let these old men continue to use us? I'm talking to my brothers in the north, my sisters in the southwest, me from the southeast, and those from the south. We go still dream of this when they use and turn our head. It's time we wake up and take back our country. God bless PeterObi for talking about sports and waiting in good do. Thank you. Good night.
All right, thank you, Jaro. PeterObi specifically politicians will use ethnicity and religion as a tool only when they are incompetent, and that's what we've seen in Nigeria. All right, personal.
Thank you so much. Thank you, and thank you guys for doing this for us. This is such hope for someone like me who I'm part of people who probably are already giving up. But what I want to say is that even before the subsidy removal, Nigerians, 80% of Nigerians are already living on less than $2 a day. That's even before subsidy. Now imagine the millions more that this subsidy removal and all of these crazy policies is adding into the same box of abject poverty, multi-dimensional poverty. We cannot we cannot give up at this time. We all need to, no matter what happens, like the last person, we need to get beyond the barriers of ethnicity, of religion, and all of those things. And we need to get behind someone. I have never been more proud to hear someone speak that is not even the president yet, even though we know we voted for him, and see the conviction, see the sense, see the intellect, see someone that you're proud as a professional to call your leader. That's who PO is. So the more that we can be refined in our thinking, the more that we can all sit down together and say, while we wait for the judiciary to do their work, but we all keep keeping on the hope. We never give up on this country. There's nowhere else that's going to be like our Nigeria. So the more that we work very hard to continue keeping that hope, holding on, and trying to be there, following the story. Don't get dejected, don't get tired. Follow the story, follow the people who give up updates every week, every day. Follow it, tweet, talk about it. That's all we can all bring to ourselves at this time. We cannot afford to give up. We cannot give the Abado people, we cannot give them, the say. We cannot give them all this strength to continue talking and feeling like they haven't. People are plunging more into poverty every day. So the more that we keep working hard, the more that we keep following the story, and we don't let the present society, the present things we see, the more we don't let it get towards the better for us. And thank you so much. Hopefully this will continue, to do so that everyone keeps getting encouraged. Thank you so much. I hope the next person comes on. Thanks.
All right. Thank you very much, personal finance. Meanwhile, please, guys, ensure you're following parallel facts. Just first of all, last speaker just said, we are in court. For people that may not be aware, I know a couple of people think we've moved on. No, we are in court. As a matter of fact, we are so well in court. We are doing extraordinarily well in court. Follow parallel facts. You get all the breakdown on Tuesday. We are supposed to be in court for adoption of all the addresses. After which we'll be looking for judgment. Please follow parallel facts. There's also 1 million Mama crew where we talk about it every day. So don't. I know a couple of people just came today because they heard about PeterObi, but trust me, if you moved on, there are so many people that have not moved on. So follow parallel facts. First of all, if you are requesting my account, I will not see your request if you are not following parallel facts to start with. So please, let's ensure that we are following parallel facts to get what is happening in court. How well Peter have been doing extraordinarily well, and I'm emphasizing extraordinarily. So thank you very much. Let's quickly go to Arewachi after we come to Dr. Bankole.
Hello, good evening. Well, in Nigeria, thank you. Emir Saddam, Ibrahim, Tumbasizo, magnific dude. It's good to be amongst you all this evening. Steven, I see you and every other person. Jimmy, yeah, today it's always very exciting, to be on space with PeterObi. Usually, it can never be short of anything less than exciting, So we're all excited, and it was a big take home for me here, where somebody asked him about unifying Nigeria because trust me, it's very very important. Nation building. It's very, very sacrosanct. Just as sacrosanct as the 25%, because we're living in times where the 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 gap, the religious ethnicity and tribal bigotry keeps widening up. So we really need to actually, try to close this gap if we really want a new Nigeria, and that can only be achieved if we're able to come together collectively and see it as a collective, fight, because only collectively can we win this fight eventually. Theo cannot do it, no matter whatever expertise we think he has or what he can bring to the table. If we, as citizens of Nigeria, who um, who occupies, who lives in Nigeria and even outside Nigeria, who are from the west, the east, and also north, don't come together collectively, to fight this fight, it will keep widening. And trust me, it's not good for nation building. So it's as important as 25%, because only then can we have a new Nigeria that we all will be able to tolerate ourselves. We all will be able to respect each other's differences and know that, yes, in our differences, that is what makes us unique. So that's, for me, that was a big take home, and where he mentioned and made reference to a tweet he made on the 19th September 2022. And I'm like, really? Like, and the thing can die. Miss, like, I was like, how does this man do it? Like, so it just goes on to tell you that this man sits down and types his tweets himself. He doesn't look for somebody, or somebody out there don't just type and tell him, well, tweet this or do that. So he knows what he tweets, and he knows when and date, and can still make reference to those tweets. No matter, like, this is something that's almost a year, and this one could also make reference to it. So those are my take home. And guess what? We eventually said we will win eventually. That is on God, like, confident. Thank you very much. Thank you. MS Saddam, please check your DM, please.
All right. All right. Thank you very much for watching. All right. Thank you very much. Okay, quickly, let's go to Dr. Bankole, and after we come to Auntie Anka, please be in the speaker section. I want to speak. Show your hands up. Dr. Bankole, go ahead.
Yeah, thank you. Good afternoon or good evening, anyone, everyone out there. Yeah, it was so good listening to President PeterObi today. I missed the first session because I was on the road, but just listening to this man was so inspiring. Thanks first of all for all the organizers. You guys did an awesome job, no doubt about it. And listening to Peter Obi, you could tell that this man is a combination of brilliance, emotional intelligence, compassion, and empathy. It's just so remarkable that we'll see this kind of man and still have the kind of hoodlums in power in Nigeria. We really must stay on to fight this battle, to bring President Peter Obi in. I could just relate some of his stories here and what he shared. He mentioned the story of when he was traveling to UK and he was asked about his return ticket, and the man he was confounded that this is not the first time he's traveling, right? So and then they pulled him aside and said, "Look, the problem is where you're coming from. I mean, in essence, your green passport, Nigerian passport. It just shows how low we have come to that nation." But Peter Obi felt that too, and this man can relate. He can connect with Nigerians, so he's able to share his experiences. And we know this kind of man is the one that will really deal with the issues confronting Nigerians. So I was really glad that he shared personal stories, and I know that he is the kind of person that will really do something about this situation. And to wrap up, I just caught something in his closing remarks. He said something like, "Don't look down on anyone. If you do, make sure it's to pull them up." I mean, that was just powerful to me. That he has just compassion for the people, and he's very humble. And I think he's really going to be inspiring a lot of Nigerians. He's already inspiring Nigerians.
Yeah.
Yeah, we saw that the lady that returned 70K, he told the lady, said he was thanking
Sorry,
Peter.
Brandon.
Yes, yes, yeah, just I'm just closing up now. Yes, so that lady referred to Peter. He was thanking Peter, and I was wondering why. And then it just dawned on me that this lady has been inspired by honesty and integrity, and that was probably what drove her to return the money. So thank you for Peter, what he's doing, and I think it's going to be very great for Nigeria. Thank you so much.
All right. Thank you very much, Dr. Bankole. Quickly, let me just draw everybody's attention. In the prayer movement, we have like everybody is doing something. There's a prayer space. So tomorrow, normally there's prayer space from 1 on Sunday. But in addition to that, tomorrow there is like a multi-denominational space by 7 p.m. Nigerian time. We have our Muslim brothers, Christian brothers. In fact, that space is one you should be in. We are going to have people from both Christian and Muslim faith, doing not just praying. They call it euphonic atmosphere. Just be there 7 p.m. tomorrow. Also, for people that are new here, violence is on Tuesday, Thursday, and Saturday. Tuesday and Thursdays by 7 p.m. Saturday by 4 p.m. These are all sisters and brothers. Parallel Fact. Parallel Fact is the biggest media platform, or the most truthful media platform around now in Nigeria. So please ensure you try to always be around so that you be motivated by other updates. All right, quickly, let me go to Auntie Anka. After which I'll go to Uncle Akaji, Million Mama team. Auntie Anka,
Hey, my people, my beautiful obedience. I want to just stand on the existing protocol and not call names because this is benediction. And the way they say it in the Catholic faith is that there is no sermon at benediction. So we just do the round up. And I want to especially give my thanks to not just my obedient family, but to I can miss calling well meaning Nigerian because he represents all of us. But thank you so much to Parallel Facts. Thank you to Violence Space because is the origin. And I again want to say a big thank you to Magnific Dude because I live on Magnific Dude Avenue. Reason being that when PO said something about Eve, it struck me as our no. And I was worried that nobody may touch on that. I remember the last time we met when we talked about something, and Jimmy said, please, please don't apologize on our behalf. I love that because he gets it. And when Magnific Dude said, we are not on the east lane, no, we are on the when lane, and because it's going to happen. And that was capped by the distinguished herself when she's talking about, inauguration is going to happen. And then the 7 days where we'll be. But I just want to say the best for me was when he said his words, resolute and resilient. We have to be resilient, and we have to be, very firm in the way we go about the last journey. It's a few more weeks or 2 months or 3 months, no rioting, just listen to your principal and all will be well. What does this stand for? The letter I always like to touch on is the letter I, integrity. He has so much integrity. And because of that, we trust, we believe, and we follow. So I want to thank you all for a seamless event. I'm very much appreciative of all the efforts we bring in. And he told us when we tell him we have told it. So we know that he will hear it from him. And we know they are twins. I don't know how they do it, but I have implicit confidence in them and the new Nigeria that we are birthing. Thank you all so much, everyone on space today. Over 35,000 of us, waxing stronger. We move. I appreciate. I love you all dearly. Mama, I sign off. Thank you.
You very much, Auntie Anka. Quickly, let me give a shout out to every member of the Parallel Fact team, the editorial team, the entire team of the Parallel Fact. Thanks to you guys. Thanks for allowing us to use the platform. This is what we are doing now. I think we've left Parallel Fact. Parallel Fact is an independent media platform. They just take the real news, independent of who's us is God. So I know a lot of people mistake it to say, oh, we're an obedient, but Parallel Fact as much as possible just sticks with the real news, the fact, no propaganda. Thanks to Parallel Fact for allowing us to use this platform. Thank you very much. Okay, quickly, let's go to Pakadi. Come to Rita.
Yeah, thank you very much. Well-meaning Nigerian and everybody else. And thank you guys. A lot of hard work to produce what we have just witnessed, which was absolutely fantastic. Standout moment for me, PO and stories. Leaders tell stories, and that ability to give you something simple, simplify something that is very profound. The story about the Yoruba neighbor, and then they talk about the sport. See, he remembers some of those players that, though they were from other parts, they were playing for Mighty Jets. And I actually wrote something at the comment section. If you watch the movie and the film Invictus, it was more like a documentary. It was about Mandela using rugby, which was predominantly a white man's thing, to pull South Africa together, and it worked because not only does sports break barriers, you also learn in sports that you don't win all the time. So the attitude you will bring to public life, politics, everything else will be different, remarkably different. So I just wanted to stop on that note, and thank you so much, guys, for bringing PO on. Really a privilege to have been here. Thank you, well meaning.
All right, thank you, big uncle Akaji. That's our big uncle from the one NMC. And like I said earlier, remember, from tomorrow we'll be looking at the replies from court. If you're on Twitter, you see what obedience is on Twitter, you'll be amazed. We'll be looking at the replies from court, and on Tuesday we'll be back in court for adoption of written addresses or adoption of. All right, quickly, Rita, go ahead. After you come to the GK mode, enjoy.
Good evening, well-meaning Nigerian. Good evening, Facts. Good evening, all the obedient. I'm always proud of you. You keep us going when we are down. After the inauguration, everybody tend to go in and just stay quiet. But once in a while, when I come to the Twitter space, I still see people, especially well-meaning Nigerian. Well done. You are everywhere always. Thank you for all you do for humanity's sake. I'm so happy for this evening, people hosting P2B again, giving people hope to believe in our nation again. I like the fact that somebody had to correct P2B, that he doesn't need to say if, because when he was saying that, I don't like that word if, because I am one person that believes in whenever you want to do something, go for it. Give in all your best, try to get it done. When you have tried, you leave the rest for God. So I don't like when you say if, just say when. And I like that correction. And I like the fact that we have not lost hope. Many people have not lost hope. I still believe we are going to get that mandate. I believe strongly. Following the fact, the things that are happening now, some people that don't believe what we're saying initially, they are queuing in now. They are seeing what we are talking about, that these people cannot do it. It's only the man, P2B, that can do it. And I'm so proud of obedience. Let us keep at it and keep hoping,
Yep.
because we'll definitely get the mandate. Thank you so much.
All right. Thank you very much, Madam Rita. Quickly, let's go straight to Ejikeme. Then Joel, go ahead, Ejikeme.
Thank you very much, One Minute Nigeria and Emir Saddam and the Parallel Fact team. Whoa, this is so cool. My brother, you guys have made another record. But I think the take home for me should be, when CEO himself talked about the Abia, that is Aba Port Harcourt One City Export Hub. My distinguished obedience, it is clear that we are obviously going to have perhaps another train line, the old ancient train lines coming from all the way from the north, down to the Atlantic south of Nigeria to export what we have in our agricultural domain. That is one area that made me really, really happy. And then I also liked the time we talked about his passport. I mean, who is Peter Obi truly? I've never seen this kind of man before. He talked about as a governor that he had a diplomatic passport, but he never used it. He kept using his Nigerian passport. Never seen a Nigerian like this, And then he talked about how he used to move out of the country from Kano. That was really good, and it was very inspiring. This is a tribalized Nigeria, somebody that is a true unifier. Lastly, Peter Obi, to be very honest, is a leader of the violence team. He ended one of his quotes, and I quote, "You don't come from the window and start cleaning the house. You do not come from the window and start cleaning the house." This was for the criminal drug baron, Bola Ahmed Tinubu, the criminal certificate forger that has come from the window and then poured fuel on the country called Nigeria. That's the house. But
Okay.
we will not allow him to set Nigeria on fire. We will take him away. He must be disqualified, and Nigerians will have the right way and the right person to lead. Thank you
All
very
right.
much,
Very
my
much.
good people.
But
I use the
disclaimer,
mic.
this is parallel fact. I know Ejikeme. All right. Thank you very much, Ejikeme. That's if you want to see more of this kind of people blowing hot, please just come to Violence Space either on Tuesday or Thursday or Saturday. But we are under the parallel fact who has given us this opportunity to use this platform, and we do not take it for granted. Thank you very much. Okay, quickly, let's go to Joel after we come to William.
Okay, thank you very much. Good evening. I think I'll just go straight to the point. It was really nice listening to His Excellency Peter Obi today. And my take home from the discussion is when he talked about whatever happens after the electoral, I think whatever the judgment is, that we should still be peaceful. For me, I didn't want to hear that part of whatever, because we have to be positive, but at the same time, it shows consistency in his words, because he always talk about Nigeria is not bigger than his ambition, and that shows that if, no matter what, he still wants us to be people, and he still, even after making that statement, I believe that Nigeria will still be great again. For me,
I think we keep losing Joel. Jewel, sorry, losing Joel. Joel, so sorry, I think we keep losing you. All right, let me quickly take Efran. I think Efran is about to get in the shift. Efran, please quickly go ahead and take the
Thank you so much for meaning. Good evening, everyone. All protocols observed. Am I audible, please?
Yes, please go ahead.
Okay. Obedience. One thing into this life. I think we should all have a purpose to life. One take home. Mr. PeterObi said that I'm gonna go home with is when he mentioned of how people called him president of mourning, wherever, because he attends funerals. Um, as a Catholic, I'm Catholic, and growing up, my parents, my mom especially, emphasized so much on attending funerals, just as we attend courts, the tribunal, and we have learned so much about the whole judicial process, even the one that does not have to do with the presidential election and past incidents that we didn't even know about. We all learned at this period. That's the same way we should also view funeral because you wonder how Mr. PeterObi is such an empathic person. He cares so much. He's selfless. I don't even understand. I don't have a word to describe him. But he has a purpose to life, and even the life after. That is who that man is. And that is what attending funerals brings us to. Like, it shows us that this life is all vain. And really, I'm going to go with that, and it's going to impact my life if I have to follow in that step. Secondly, would be Daddy said we should what did he say? Remain peaceful, regardless. That was a hard pill to swallow, but I mean, he has said it as obedient we would heed. So yeah, those are my two take homes. So you guys should thank you for everything you're doing, and we have a wonderful man leading us on. Thank you. Bye.
All right, thank you very much. All right, thank you very much. Please, guys, while we are looking at Jumbotron, look at the Jumbotron. Like Saddam announced earlier, the parallel party who is giving us this platform to use. There's a media campus cohort setup going on, and also we also get to look for volunteer writers and all that. So if you're a student, journalism or related, please look at that flyer and do the needful. Also, like I said earlier, the flyer for the violence space, the Geo challenge is also there. If you are creative, if you're a singer, a musician, a rapper, just follow the instruction, do a song speaking to the judiciary, standing with the judiciary, calling the judiciary to do the right thing, or a skit. There you see all the rewards that come with it. So look at the Jumbotron. Jumbotron is just the portion above the head of the host and the co-host. All right, quickly, let's go ahead after.
Right, good morning, good afternoon, good evening, depending where you're spacing from. I just want to thank everybody, who found time to be on this space today. This is what we do. It's always good, when we hear from our principal, when we hear from the people's president. No matter how much you hear from this one, anytime you have opportunity to hear from him, I think there's something that you will take away. I remember being in Anambra during the campaign, and he talked about Mangala. Mangala, I don't know those of you who know Mangala. This one speech that I think, especially those from the east, like very much. So when he talked about it, and talked about how this Mangala came from Bruno, I never knew that Mangala came from Bruno because it's something that a lot of women trade. And my grandmother used to buy it when I was growing up. And today, when you talk about convention and talk about what happened to the rails, that the colonial masters built, and talk about Yaba Tech, is supposed to be at least a leading IT school today. Talk about how India has actually made so much from their own schools. So this man is somebody that it takes a president who actually understands how the terrain works. So when he gives this and talk about numbers, size of land and what you can do with some of these things that we have, it means that you know what you're getting, even before the man gets into office. So when we talk about why Nigeria has become like this, it's because we have been electing leaders, that does not have any relationship with the leadership. People who just come into office, corrupt, who doesn't know their left and right, and that is why Nigeria is the way it is. We should do everything, within our power to make sure that people like PO become president, people like PO become leader. That is one thing that we should do, and this direction should not miss this. We must make sure that we do this. And another thing that is taken away from me, please join Labour Party. It's not this. Please
time to complain about Labour Party is over. You've heard it today. Join Labour Party, you can change Labour Party from inside. And I want to end by this. I never had tomorrow by Tuesday. Since I didn't ask my question today, I will ask him my question personally when I see him in court on Tuesday. Hope I'm going to see him in Abuja on Tuesday. And I want to say finally for everybody on this, I say thank you for coming. Keep doing what you're doing. Keep pushing this movement. We will get there by the grace of God. And finally, I want to say, my sweet angel, thank you so much. I can see on the face. I know you guys don't like me saying this, but thank you so much. Stop that nonsense.
Anyway, so people are finding it difficult to breathe. Anyway, thank you very much for this. Quickly, let's go to spotlight. After which will come to Ernest, then the camp.
Oh, good evening, everyone. Again, good evening, well-meaning. I was just laughing at real ever best. Anyway, let me go straight to it. For me, this meeting, this session was very presidential. In fact, before the meeting, I had to dress up like I was going to CPU and physically just look good. And he didn't disappoint us, as you know, as always. He's always very, 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 very practical. I've never seen anyone who loves Nigeria the way Peter loves Nigeria. In not just in words, but in practical things. Sometimes when he talks about the things he has done, from not in fact when he mentioned not you can imagine what having a diplomatic passport and you not use it out of principle. Gosh, I mean it was a crazy time for me because it's something that I can't even think about. You know, we all of us will hustle for things like this. But Peter basically demystifies all these things. He's shown us in more ways than one what it means to actually love your country. And this is why countries are what they are. This is why you have countries like America. People when they recite their national anthem, they say it with meaning, they say it with passion, they say it with something just beyond the words that they speak. So he's actually helping us to love Nigeria in a way that we never thought possible. So he is really, really essential. Is what we need at this time. And I pray that we do not miss it. That's my actual prayer. So the next thing that actually stood out for me was what he was doing in 1993. Yes, we've known he's been all and about. He's been very, very hardworking and everything. But I wish also that we had many Agbados in that session so that they could actually introspect and ask themselves. In 1993, PeterObi was doing so and so. What was their own principles doing? I know it's not violence, so I'll just talk about that. But everybody should know that PeterObi and those guys are not mates. And the last thing I'll just touch on before I leave is when the way he spoke about rule of law. Every one of us wants to have rule of law in our country. But I mean when you really it takes it to a realm where you see things beyond just the way you just it makes it so simple yet so profound. Telling us about the fact that America is what it is today. In fact, one of their most viable factors, their greatest intangible asset even that brings in a lot of money into their GDP is because of that thing, that intangible thing called rule of law. And even for people that maybe may not have been able to conceptualize it, when they hear things like that, when they begin to introspect and reflect on them, it makes more meaning. So it was an awesome session for me, and
Yeah.
I wish we could have it every day, and I never get tired of listening to him. Thank you, everybody, and particularly to the parallel team. Thank you. Wonderful. Good night.
All
Yeah.
right, quickly, let's go straight to Ernest, the camp. Please let's less than 2 minutes, please.
Okay, thank you so much. First of all, thank you, Parallel Family. The team was so airtight. I just remember the glory days of like Barcelona, how the team is so special. The the excellence was top notch. Thank you so much. I mean, even the array of speakers, as you guys were passing the ball, it was so the synergy was up the chain. Quickly, I just want to say, no wonder when some of times this Salvadorian they say pure pretense. I really see the reason why this man is special. Saying that he denies himself the privilege of a diplomatic passport, and he said something that he was start I barely knew. I don't know how he does it. That man is special. I think anything that comes close to pure takes up that embodiment of his righteousness is so essential. And then one of the things that I've not really heard him say for a long time so much, which he said today that really it was, I mean, there are many high points I had, but that one really was, which is his thought on international relations and our image. He said he has been invited to be part of the G20. And he said no, that he won't go as just invited, he won't member. That bust my brain. I mean, after OPG, I'm not sure any leader has really promoted us in this form. What I see about Pio is that he doesn't see himself less than any world power when when he becomes a president. That is the way, because that's the way young Nigerians actually are. That is the way we should be. That's why a Burna Boy would fill up a stadium that even an American artist cannot fill up. That's the way Nigerians should be like. That bust my brain when he said, no, if I know, we are members. So I'm just happy. Thank you so much for the opportunity to speak.
All right.
I can't wait for our mandate to be covered. Thank you so much. You.
Thank you very much, Ernest. That was like top highlight. Thank you very much. All right, quickly the comes from Ike Iyala.
Thank you, everyone, for the opportunity to speak. Good evening, all. Um, the take home that I had from this is when His Excellency mentions in something about actions having consequences. I think so far our country has been deteriorating the way it's been because people think they can do things and actually do get it with them. And showing example with just few people can actually set a lot of people right. And we need someone that won't just talk the talk, he will walk the walk. And that is that we have someone that shows and lives by example. So I really do appreciate that. I'm proud to be obedient, and today I do get into some little farms with people that feel I didn't make the right choice. And being on this space today, I'm very much convinced that I made the right choice. This is Mr. Peter is someone that has walked our path. And in so many ways, he is very relatable. Someone that even with this that he's had, he's been able to live like an ordinary man, and that sort of gives hope to me, an ordinary person, and every other person that is currently on this space. And yes, we voted for competence, and we're really hoping to gain our mandates back. Thank you very much for the opportunity.
All right. Thank you very much, the calm from. Thank you very much. You made the right choice indeed. All right, Mr. Ike, please go ahead.
Yeah, thank you very much, my powerful comrades. All of you guys have been doing a wonderful job. And I want to also thank every member of the obedient movement, part and parcel of this movement. Just have it at the back of your mind that you are on the right course. Um, I want to say Nigeria is deteriorating because we have failed to learn from history. And the likes of George Santayana and then Winston Churchill, they told us that those who fail to learn from history are doomed to repeat it. Now, of the three major candidates during the last election, if you look at their manifestos and if you look at of the three major candidates, it was only His Excellency PeterObi who was willing to speak to Nigerians across board, across the geopolitical zones. That shows you that here was a man who was ready to serve the people. Okay, and I followed PO's politics. PO have followed his politics since 2006. This is a man who believes in pillarization. PO believes in building foundations towards a better Nigeria. And just like he said today, if you come in through the window, you won't understand what is happening in the house because you are just like a thief, you know. So I want to ask all of us to continue to push for a better Nigeria, and we are believing that the Nigerian judiciary will do the needful. Let me end my comments by quoting Tom Shaffin, is an American author.
He said, for every, in his book, The Revolutionary Brothers, when he was writing about the revolution in France, he said, every nation in crisis have three set of people. He said, number one, nations have philosophers who just speak big grammar. They don't even understand the problem. Then nations have experienced reformers like PO who understand the problem and how to hit the ground running. Then number three, the worst set of people we can have in every nation in crisis like Nigeria are scoundrels of wicked and desperate principles who are just there to pillage the country. And that is
Okay.
where Tinubu belongs. That is where Tinubu belongs.
Okay.
Gentlemen, Tinubu and his goons will pillage
Sorry.
Nigeria to the extent that Nigerians will begin to be beg for people. That is coming. So
All right. I think we're using. All right. Okay. Quickly, please, if you're in the speaker section and you want to speak, ensure your hand is up. So if your hand is not up, I assume you don't want to speak, and there are so many other requests. So for now, I think I can only see Durua. Duruaku, please go ahead. After which will come to Lauren. Duruaku, are you there?
Okay, yeah. Good evening, everyone. I am really very happy. In fact, it's 6 o'clock now. Before I continue, let me really appreciate Mariel Fat for organizing this session for our new president. Actually, I was very excited today when, in fact, if you see the way I was showing everybody that I'm having meeting with my principal, who they have been, everybody has kind of trying to mock whatever. I was very happy that it could come. Sometimes I wonder how how a politician can be that we can have relations. That's my first time to have conversation with a politician. And I want to tell you that I've been influenced since I joined this movement, his character, his personality, and his way of life in terms of politics. In fact, he has every possibility, every right to do whatever he wants to do. But I discovered that I have possibly been influenced positively. But recently, I did something that I ordinarily would have, would have
Duruaku, can you stand up? I think it's just one
okay.
more.
So I really appreciate this part, and I want us to continue. And God bless the organizers. And I want to give a special thanks to our your host, and I also saw I saw Governor, incoming Governor of Lagos State. Yeah, I was very excited. I say thank you all for hosting this,
Right.
and I want to pray that this movement will yield very positive results at the end of the day. Amen.
Amen. Thank you very much, Duruaku. All right, quickly, let's go to Maureen. Maureen, um, Maureen, are you there?
Yeah, thank you very much, Emia Saddam, well-meaning Nigeria, everyone in the space. I appreciate this moment and this special time we've had with PO this evening. It was indeed a memorable one. Am I being heard, please?
Yes, you have less than 1 minute.
Thank you. Very quickly, I would like to state my take home, which is something I would love each and every one of us, especially those of us who are running for one position or the other, especially on the political space, to take home as well. And that is when the question was raised by one of us during the session, and that was the question was, what are the Labour Party as they doing to ensure that the people that are running for political spaces, in terms of senatorial and all what we have, all what they are doing, whatever position they are taking, that they are going to be transparent, they are going to
Maureen,
exercise.
that's the question.
Yeah, so I just want us to, I just wanted to rephrase the question so we can understand better where I'm going. So his response was that a man can be tested when he's given power and money.
Yeah.
So for those of us who are running for uh, all kinds of position and those aspiring for something, governorship are ahead of us, should please know that it is not in the hands of the president to be that PO or any other person to do that job for you. You have to be transparent as much as being very, very disciplined in terms of
Okay.
taking
All right.
leadership. So that's my submission.
All right. Thank you very
Thank
much.
you, everyone. Yeah, good night.
All right. Thank you very much, Maureen. Thank you very much, everybody. I think this is a very good place for us to call it today. Quickly hand over to maybe Ibrahim and Saddam. The last, just to draw our attention for the last time, if you know you're a student, please tweet on the Jumbotron. Please reach out to info@parallelfact.com. Also, if you know you're creative, spoken word. Someone just told me now that we going to talk about spoken words. See, there are three categories: there's music, there's skits, and there's spoken words. If you're a spoken word, please do a video of yourself talking judiciary, something strong, something deep, and use the hashtag OT challenge. And also, don't forget the prayers tomorrow and the program between our Muslim and Christian brothers. Thank you very much. All right. I don't know if Oga Ibrahim is still here, but if not, Saddam, over to you.
All right, thank you very much, Welcome Nigeria. Thank you, Brian. Thank guys. Thank you so much, every single one of you, for coming out today. It's been an amazing, amazing piece. Thank you to the Power Facts for giving us the platform to use to um, draw Nigerians together from all walks of life, from all divides across the country. We came together today and we listened to a great man speak. I think there is a whole lot of talking points from the space. I don't have to delve into anyone, but I would just say we have a country to save and we all have to put our hands together. Whatever you know you can do, please keep doing it. Eyes on the judiciary. We are hoping that Nigeria can work and work for all of us, inclusive from wherever you are. Thank you for always sticking with this platform. Power Facts is here to stay. It's the new media and unbiased media where you get real news as it breaks. So please, if there's anywhere you hear a news and it's not Power Facts, I tell you, it's not real news. This is the Power Facts handle. Please follow us across all social medias. If you have something to tell and nobody you've sent, probably you have news, you want to tell something, you're trying to reach out to other media houses and have refused to air the news because most of our media houses are in the pocket of the establishment. Please send us that news and with evidences and we can verify it. And I promise you, it will be up on the platform. So thank you to every one of you. We will be hosting other people. So it's not just like we'll be having PTOB all the time. We'll be having subsequent species with other dignitaries, with other Nigerians with other exalted Nigerians that are really doing well in their different spheres. We'll be having spaces with them. So this is not just a one-off space. I will be waiting for the next 2 months of Peter. Intermittently, we'll be having spaces with other people. So please keep your fingers crossed and look out for all those spaces coming out of the Parallel Fact. Always say subscribe to us. Go on our website www.parallelfact.com and get the real news as it breaks. Please go on our YouTube, go on our Instagram, on our Facebook, and support this baby baby giant that is growing up real fast. Thank you to all of you following the platform. Thank you to all of you that retweet our stories, that like our stories, that read our stories. Thank you to the amazing team behind the scene, the editorial team, the writers, amazing Nigerians. Thank you to the tech team. Thank you to the supporting team, every single one of you. Thank you to our sister bodies, the violence space. Thank you to all obedience, all well-being Nigerians. Thank you for all of you that come out today and that came out today to support us and keep coming out to all our spaces. God bless every single one of you. I cannot call names today, but I just want to let you know that from our side here, it is all love, it is all gratitude. Thank you to my amazing co-host. I have to give you guys your flowers. I think you guys are amazing. But if I'm going to call names, I think I must call all your names. Thank you to David Hunde. Thank you, M6. Thank you to Ibrahim. Thank you to Otumba. Thank you to Lovely Nigeria. Thank you, my brother. Thank you, Jimmy. Thank you, Mommy Bolale. Thank you, Madam Mary White. Thank you, Mrs. Maria. Thank you, distinguished. Thank you, fellas. Thank you, every single one of you that made this space possible today. Without you guys, there will be no us. Thank you to all our deputies that came. Mr. Babu Gibo, I saw you on the platform. Thank you, sir. Thank you, GRV. Thank you to every single one of you that came out here. If you did not hear your name, we are all as important as each other. Thank you as we keep pushing this country to the next level. Stay tuned and